got it from my daddy. Daddy. I feel nice. You look nice. 널 보자마자 나 어머나 땡 잡았어. Don't think twice. 이미 게임 끝났어. You be my curry. I'll be your rice.
But might have a little fight here before that even happened. Big solar flare coming up. Oh my god!
Oh my god! They're on top of everyone, and they're going in. Samir doing amazing things right there.
Hold up, wait a minute. 지금부터 선수끼리 밤이 아까워. Turn up louder.
Sasha's whipping.
He's the only one that's still alive on air check. He doesn't even care. This is gonna be a game.
Roger kill!
Kill! What's a kill for hot on hippies?
Hey, where'd you get that body from? Where'd you get that body from? Where'd you get that body from?
I got it from my daddy. I got it from my daddy.
They're about to snowball out of control. Once he's in, completely goes wide with the chain, but he still has ult, so it doesn't really matter. Just really low. He was so much over by Krugs to save his life. Now Val's gonna be getting pretty low here. He's gonna be able to save it. It's right on his house and secures the kill on Shoe.
Nice flash.
Flash on out of there. The spear might go down. Don't get my burning there to clean it up. What great double kill.
I'm on fire. Take you higher. 넌 한 폭의 명작. 난 아낌없는 buyer. Don't be a liar. 까고 말해봐요. I'll be your honey.
Mine's Dire actually countered it. It's going to be going in, getting stunned up by Camille. Zabel ults in, gets a lot of damage down. Mine's Dire trying to go back onto Blueprint, doing a little bit, gets the shield up. Zabel super low, ultimate from Camille goes no way.
Oh my god.
Hold up, wait a minute. 지금부터 선수끼리 밤이 아까워 타나플라우라 불타오르는 아름다운 그대여. How you like me now? How you like me now? How you like me now? How you like me now?
Hey, where'd you get that body from? Where'd you get that body from? Where'd you get that body from?
I got it from my daddy. I got it from my daddy. I got it, got it.
Hey, where'd you get that body from?
I got it from my daddy. I got it from my daddy. I got it, got it.
Hey, where'd you get that body from?
Siren, but the Dragon's already going to go over the ocean. A big elastic slingshot onto Mont Blanc, and Crack Variety is here. Laserbeam's going to try and pick up Jamie, but it's not going to be enough. Grandma is going to get the turn kill there. Not quite. And this is a huge team fight for Crack Variety. Such low health are he's going triple kill. Do we see a quadra? We see the penta. Crack's daddy is Crack attack. He's in the penta. Right.
I got it from my dad. Daddy. I got it from my dad.
Val gonna be chunked down a little bit here. Comes the paranoia. Big shot. Oh my god, he's gonna go gold. He's gonna go wide. He was a flagship from Pickle Popper, and he's on a killing spree. This is the team fight.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Season 7, Week 2 of playoffs with the Rec League. We got some Brambleback versus Krugs action. I'm Sable, joined by Neil Valib TFT, last name. I had to say that because I don't know. Would have been so sick if I knew your last name there, but yeah. But hey, we're here. It's early on a Sunday morning for some of us. For some of us, not so early. Pouring out for Brian the Broken, suffering from a hangover this morning. Unfortunately, will not be joining us today, so everybody drink one for him in solidarity. And yeah, so getting into the match, Valib, how do you feel about these two teams?
Oh boy, how do I feel about these teams? That is a good question. Gonna be a battle. It's gonna be a real battle. I think we're in for a treat today.
In for a treat today, indeed. So we're a little bit past the starting time. I'm gonna send the R question mark, see if they're ready to go. We can get into Champ Select and see what kind of plans these two wrecked franchises have to go at it today. So we see Krugs taking blue side here. Looks like Bramble did select for red side, which is interesting. Usually you see teams, if they have the option to take blue side. Why do you think Bramble would have selected red side for this series, for game one?
I am actually pretty surprised to see this. I thought Bramble would have opted for blue side. I mean, the only thing I can think of is they either want to counterpick one of their solo lanes, presumably top, but I'm kind of worried that there's potential for Nullark to get banned out here if he does wait for last pick. We've seen Nullark perform, consistently well on like 4 champions, I think, like what, Shen, Set, Mordekaiser,
And Ornn?
and maybe Malphite.
I think Ornn, yeah.
Ornn, yeah, Ornn and Malphite. Okay, so Ornn's probably his 4th. Well, in his top 4, and then maybe Malphite is like his 5th.
Tertiary.
But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's for Pickle Popper to have the counter pick. I guess that Brambleback is pretty confident that they don't actually need to prioritize any like one thing with first pick, with the blue side type of deal. And it's also worth noting like just the differences in like the map setup, right? So I assume that Bramble is going to want to be more early focused, and it's sometimes easier to take like sneak dragons if you are red side, because the blue side team has to walk like so far around the pit to actually get to the pit if they're not going to ward the pit.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true, because I mean there's a lot more more terrain there in the way. And we saw a lot of this last weekend, Valab, with Kale priority, and it's first picked here today. Do we think we're going to be seeing this go to the mid lane, or do you expect that to go into Mind's Desire?
This is 100% top lane.
Yeah.
No doubt in my mind at all.
Well, I don't know. I was playing solo queue yesterday and saw a Kale AD carry, so anything can happen.
Well, it could definitely be flexed around, but I assure you that Mind's Desire wants this champ, and Mind's Desire will get this champ.
Yeah, you're gonna want to put your best player on your hardest carry in your team, and Kale's gonna do that. And looks like Brambleback responds with the Pantheon lock-in. Gotta assume that's probably going to the bot lane for support, which I like the idea of that. To have some early snowball potential, in one of your lanes when you're against a late game scaler like Kale is some good security to have. And Sasha falling back on the tried and true Sejuani pick, which synergizes pretty well with Pantheon as far as gank setup. Wherever Pantheon's going, pretty much a free chain CC with the Sejuani. So
yeah, we're seeing Sasha fall back to her season 6 roots, I guess.
Yeah,
a lot of tank junglers for her last season, and I guess we're in a tank meta now, so might as well keep it going.
We are in a tank meta now. There are some other types of jungle picks you can play too, but a lot of the Rec League is now defaulting to these tank picks with how good Funfire Windcape is, and just the tank items in general being pretty strong. Although I do believe they got hotfix nerfed, but I could be mistaken. That might not have dropped yet.
Correct. They were weakened a decent amount, but still pretty solid.
Yeah.
And we are seeing. I mean, honestly, I'm really liking Krugs draft right now. They have the Samira and the Kale. That is nuts. I've seen Cobra Panda just absolutely brutalize teams on that Samira.
Yeah, we saw that in I believe one of the hype videos. Not sure if that was his Samira, but we do see what Samira can do here in the Rec League as the Rammus and Nocturne bans come out. Really don't want to see Rain Freeze on those champions.
Not today,
Not today. So yeah, that's a total so far of actually 4 jungle champions banned. 5 if you include Shen. But the Hecarim, Amumu, Rammus, and Nocturne all taken away, with only really 2 of those, I believe, actually being decent right now. And the Hecarim and Amumu, Rammus and Nocturne, a little niche, kind of something Rain Freeze likes to pull out in solo queue. I guess they figure they want to take him off of a comfort pick, but you got to expect that he's just going to pull out a random tank in the jungle here, just with the amount of carry potential you see on the team already with the Samira and the Kale. There's really no reason for Rain Freeze to play a champion like Nocturne. Not to say he wouldn't have if it was open, but I'd like to see him pick easy executable tank here, just to help peel for his carries.
I completely agree with you, Zabel. I don't think Nocturne would fit this team comp too well. I mean, Nocturne is definitely still playable if the jungler is comfortable with it. But we are seeing Rain Freeze opt for the Trundle, and I think that's very smart.
Yeah, the kind of old school Sejuani counter, right? With the Aftershock, you get your ultimate on her when she has that Aftershock procced, get a shit ton of resistances. Doesn't offer much in the way of actual peel and disengage from the team of Brambleback, but fortunately for him, he doesn't really need a lot of that because there's not a lot that can actually get on top of the Kale and Samir here on the composition for Brambleback. So in a true front-to-back fight here, with the champions conducting themselves the way they will in this game, this looks like it's going to actually be very, very difficult for Brambleback to penetrate the front line of Krugs and then actually deal lethal damage to the back line with the composition they've drafted for themselves.
Yeah, I very much so prefer the Krugs draft here. I think they absolutely killed the draft. Being able to pick up Kale, Malzahar, and Samira.
Yeah.
It is nuts. And we're also seeing a very, very heavy AP loading, I suppose you could call it, for Bramble. They were wise to pick up the Pantheon for Nullark in the top lane. And they're pretty much just saying, like, Nullark, either you quell the storm that is Mind's Desire, or we're gonna lose.
Or we lose, yeah, because you
Kale very hard scaling, and Pantheon tending to fall off a bit. So,
and honestly, yeah, I mean, matching helmet with helmet is cool. They both have some helmet vibes going for their champions, very similar Spartan-looking helmets, but not sure if that will come into play in the lane. But kind of what you touched on there with they need Nollark to shut Mind's Desire down. I'm not sure that that's the way you want to do that. You're putting your, and nothing against like, you know, Nollark, but you're putting one of your weaker players on your team on a champion that needs to win lane, that has to win lane and is your only source of physical damage. So when you're going up against someone like Mind's Desire, who's the best player in his team, picking the hardest carrying champion for his team, and you're trying to match that with, you know, a laner who's, you know, known to play tanks and known to go even in lane and not lose, but not like super stomp lane, you're putting a lot of eggs in the Nollark basket here. And I'm not saying he can't do it, but it is a pretty risky gamble from Bramble, but for this game one to pull out that kind of idea in the draft. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, Zabel. And I don't think it's any flame just to point out the, the objective elo values that these players are representing, right? So Mind's Desire, we know, is sporting a very fine Diamond 3, whereas Nollark started the season at, I think, Silver 1. No flame if it was... I think he was still Silver before the season started, though he's now Gold 4.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? Like, Mind's Desire's goal is not going to be to kill Nollark. His goal is going to be to maintain experience parity or get an experience advantage. And Nollark is going to kind of have to go balls to the wall here. Because going even, Nollark going even with the Kale is a loss for Bramble. Or it's like negative EV for Bramble, right? So it's a lot to ask of your Silver 1 player.
It is.
And I don't know. I've already said it, I'll say it again. I much prefer the Krugs draft here.
Yeah,
it's
I
also,
love the Krugs
like,
draft.
Sure, I mean, we do see that Bramble does have like an elo advantage in the middle lane. With Pickle Popper being the platinum player and Grandma Nut being a couple divisions lower, like maybe like Gold 2 or something around there, I believe. But we've also seen Pickle, perform very well, even though he is just a platinum 4 player.
Yeah.
Victor does win this lane into Malzahar because, like, anytime Malzahar uses his W, which are like the Voidlings, Spiderling things, Victor can just E the wave, which is like the laser beam, and so it'll like one shot the spider thingies, and it'll shove the wave and maybe even poke Malzahar. So Grandma Nut will have his work cut out here for him. And you have to expect Sasha to be playing top mid side here.
Hard
top.
expect that.
Yeah, so Cover Panda and Mont Blanc should have free reign here against Jay Herbo and Chloe Getz.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And expecting Sasha to play mid top is just something we're looking to in this draft here with the fact that they picked Pantheon and Sejuani. If you're not ganking that lane, then you might as well just FF15 because you picked that lane to hard abuse whatever champion is in the matchup on the opposite side. And Kale pre-6 is pretty weak and very punishable. So especially with the kind of CC combo you have, and we see now in the loading screen, Nollark has taken Ignite and PTA. So he is going for that level 2, level 3, just cheese burst combo to get some semblance of a lead in this lane and not look back. Nollark wants to get an early lead in this lane, and it's so important that when you use your summoners on a champion like Pantheon in the top lane against a champion like Kale, if you haven't taken teleport, you have to get a kill with that first expendage of summoners, like with Ignite or Flash, or else you just fall so far behind in tempo with the enemy being able to, kind of reset the wave and teleport back or call for the jungler to freeze, etc. So we have to see something work in the early game here for Nollark and Sasha, and I think they can pull it out.
Oh yeah, and even getting a kill isn't enough to necessarily keep Mind's Desire down. A lot of it will also depend on wave state because even if the Kale dies, if Nollark's losing minions like a lot of maybe like a full wave or something for that kill, it's not that bad for Mind's Desire, honestly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Kale's main concern here is just experience over gold. I mean, gold is definitely important, but Kale just wants levels. Kale wants to hit her passive upgrades, 6, 11, and 16. So Nollark will definitely have to be mindful of that. I mean, if I had to pick a top laner to scrap and scrap early, I think Nollark would definitely be up there, rec league wise for me. That dude loves to fight. We are seeing him start corrupting pot, which Okay, I don't actually play Pantheon top, so I don't know if that is the move.
Pretty mana heavy if you're going to be
yeah.
poking and harassing a lot with your abilities. So just trying to maybe take that.
Yeah,
So
I
he
think
doesn't
it's
run out
a
of
it's
mana.
a it's a wise choice, but I kind of expected him to go Doran's Blade, honestly.
Yeah, I thought so too. Yeah. Yeah, I would
Just
have liked to
knowing
see the
Narc
Doran's
and
Blade.
kind of what his objectives are with this lane, I was expecting a Doran's Blade, but I think
Yeah.
Corrupting Pot is smart as well.
Well, you have Ignite and you have Corrupting Pot, and you have the double burn technology. So that's something
Oh
we
yeah,
can't take for
true.
granted.
So the more burns, the merrier.
What
Said Miles of-
game time are you at, by the way?
I am at 48, 49.
Okay, I'm at 51, 52, 53. So it looks like we're about the same.
Yep. I just gave it a quick half-second pause. We should be good now.
1 minute. All right. So yeah, nothing really interesting happening here. Level 1. Both teams fanning out, not wanting to risk it all in the level 1 of the first game of the Sunday. Some little emote spam coming back and forth in the mid lane.
We're seeing some
nice
very
emotes.
nice dance moves here from Covert Panda and the bottom Tri-Brush. You can tell he's really had some experience on this champ. We are seeing a blue side start for Quicksilver Sasha, and Rain Freeze going, getting sneaky here, going for the solo leash on blue. Love it. Pantheon dropping the early ward in top bush.
Yeah, that's smart. I don't know if he knew that Rain Freeze was starting at that blue buff solo, but that ward will help prevent a lot of what, Trundle wants to do if he's starting on the side of the map. I expect
Yeah,
him to
unfortunately
just go.
for him, if Trundle is doing a standard red side clear, that ward will expire at about the time you'd expect Trundle to be top lane.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a gamble there, but I mean, Alark's got the push and he knows his objectives. Likewise, in the bot lane, we are seeing Mont Blanc and Covert Panda here go for the quick push for level 2. Solid trade back from Dre Herbo, though.
Yeah, that CC combo and was the hook just straight through the uprights there for Mont Blanc. And flashes then for the auto attack snare.
No problem, we're going in anyway.
So that's the flash ignite down for Mont Blanc on the Nautilus, and the flash down for Covert Panda, burning only the flash from Jay Herbo. So honestly, that's a win for Brambleback if you're thinking about, lane state. They burned one summoner for the price of 3.
I don't know. I actually would prefer to have the Nautilus Samira here, just because of how chunked out Jay Herbo is. Summoners-wise, definitely a victory for Bramble. Maybe you didn't need to use both flashes there for the Krugs, but there's some chances here on Herbo, although he has regened quite a bit. We are seeing Sasha make her way towards the top side. Unfortunately for her, though, Nelark was not able to actually crash the cannon wave, so if Sasha does want to gank top, she's going to have to wait quite a while.
Yeah.
Unless they're planning to go full Korean style on this and just dive.
Yeah, this Swain Morgana combo actually looks super annoying. You get hit by the Swain Claw, and it's basically guaranteed Morgana binding. I haven't really seen it amount to too much damage, though.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been able to kind of parry the onslaught that Covert Panda and Mont Blanc are throwing at them. However, they parried it at the cost of a 10 CS deficit.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Nearly 2 full waves at 4 minutes, not ideal.
Not ideal, and getting shoved in this bot lane, never fun. But looks like they might be opting to get a bit of a freeze going if they can.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's more of a slow push, which is actually a complete win for Mont Blanc and Covert Panda, because they did go for a cheater recall. So,
Ooh, Nalark with that.
Not really losing anything there for the Krugs bot lane. But yeah, meanwhile, Nice Desire is just
He's
been
chilling.
able to stay equal here.
Yeah, and Nalark just tried to take a trade under tower, but unfortunately his E had expired before the tower range, so he actually ended up taking a tower shot there and coming out worse for the wear. And the trade as the hook goes through in the bot lane, Jay Herbo getting slowed up. The exhaust going down to Covert Panda, who's now behind enemy lines, looking like Owen Wilson. Jay Herbo falling super low. First blood to Covert Panda. And Chloe Cat's flashing out, but Covert Panda dashing forward again. The binding lands, but one more hook will do it. Lands the hook, and now Covert Panda may be in a bad spot. Sasha might be able to get the kill here. Covert Panda jumping away again. Gets out. Phenomenal Samira play out of Panda as the teleport gets channeled to the bot lane, but it's just Jay Herbo on level 3, and he's not going to be able to do anything.
Oh my gosh. This is very tragic for Bramble. Yeah, as you mentioned, Jay Herbo going behind enemy lines, just incurring so much minion damage there, on top of just a very fat Nautilus and Samira just pounding you down.
Oh, Nala.
Yeah, single null is.
I'm not sure if there's an unfamiliarity with the champion here, but I haven't seen him use the empowered W for the stun yet, and then get 2 auto spear. There's the empowered W, but unfortunately, Rain Freeze is there to just throw a pillar down and say, "Get the fuck off of my top laner." We see the
Get out
ultimate
of my
burn
house,
from
says
Pickle Popper
Trundle.
to push that mid lane out.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could be unfamiliarity or nerves, or I don't know. Haven't seen Nullark play a ton of Pantheon. Seen him play a couple of games on it here and there over the year or two that I've known him. But
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like his style, right? So
well, I think I think he wants it to be his style. I don't know if it is his style. I think he's definitely down to scrap and go for that quick 10-0 or whatever you want up there. But not quite able to get any advantage over the kill here, and he's actually at a CS deficit now.
yeah,
Having to go back to lane. Oh, okay, never mind. Not having to go back to lane. He is able to pick up the serrated dirt, which is pretty huge. But Kale is also able to complete her leeching leer. So about a 900 gold item and an 1100 gold item. But Kale's cruising. Kale's very happy with how things are going. We are seeing a TP Dragon.
Ooh, TP to Dragon, and looks like Krugs just start this one up. Will be the Cloud Drake, so it'll be nice for some of their larger ultimate cooldowns like the Nautilus, the Malzahar, the Kale, obviously not the Samira. That'll feel pretty good for them, and we see the Ocean will be spawning as the next dragon on the map.
We do see Sasha going in for a gank.
I mean, honestly, it's a late, right? Like, you would have loved to see this happen in the first 5 minutes of the game, Neil, but the jungler was just not there. And
well, I agree with you, Zabel, that the jungler was not there, but I would not blame the jungler entirely for this one. I think the lane state was quite unfavorable for Sasha to gank that lane. And I think that, I think Nullark has more influence over that than Sasha does.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you're just constantly shoving the lane against a champion that you want to punish with ganks, that's not a good look, right? And I think that's kind of what you're touching on, as we see Covert Panda go in again on the J Herbo. One more auto attack should do it. Covert Panda with another kill in the bot lane, sitting on 2-0, looking like an absolute monster on this Samira.
Yeah, that. Yeah, I've played some like solo queue and flex games with Panda on that Samira. That dude is dirty on that champ.
He's a beast. He loves these new 80 carry picks. When Senna first came out, was loving that. Loves the Samira, so you love to see it. You love to see early adopters.
Oh yeah, and it's Panda's doing great, but Mont Blanc's killing it too.
Oh yeah, yeah. That shouldn't be understated how much of an impact Mont Blanc has in this lane. He's been a sniper with these hooks, and just the constant threat is something that J Herbo and Chloe Cats have to think about. You see the black shields coming out even when Mont Blanc just walks up in the lane, as Nullark looks for something here in the top lane, but I don't know if he really wins these fights anymore.
No, and like unfortunately for Nullark, this Leeching Leer does have 10% Omnivamp on it, so Kale can just keep sustaining even more now.
Yeah, because all Pantheon's damage is front loaded, right? So he does that kind of burst combo. Kale will sustain off of then harassing him, with her ranged autos, and then we got a bit of a fight here. J Herbo popping the ultimate on Rain Freeze. Rain Freeze does have the flash available. J Herbo opts to not continue the chase. Flash was not available, as the flash is then
going in on the Grandma Nut in the mid lane and forcing him to flash away.
Yeah, burn the Malzahar flash, but curiously, Sasha didn't use the ultimate there. I don't think Victor actually was in range to follow up, but Victor has pretty long range. Might have been able to ult and deal some damage, as Nullark is low, but so is Mind's Desire.
And yeah, this is kind of you start getting a little sinking feeling in your stomach now if you are Sasha.
Oh, it's the worst.
As I this is one of the things I hate. Like this situation I hate having as a jungler. Like your bot lane's getting crushed, your top lane's getting hard outscaled,
and your mid lane's not winning hard enough.
But I mean, this Kale and this Samira are gonna be huge if things keep up at this rate.
Yeah. That really is the worst feeling, though. It's almost like you feel powerless, especially if you're playing a champion like Sejuani, who cannot carry the game. You're just a tank to set up your teammates to carry. As Sasha, finding Covert Panda in the jungle, will end up backing away, does Panda, but...
Or perhaps Panda was finding Sasha in the jungle, who knows?
Yeah, Panda definitely was finding Sasha in the jungle. Sasha found something she didn't really want to find up there, and Opts to just take the camp and get the hell out as Nallark takes a recall on the top lane. Mind's Desire, you have to think, will continue pushing this lane into the tower.
And Mind's Desire now a 20 CS lead. Nallark does not have TP, so he will have to walk to lane, but thankfully for him, this is a cannon wave. Would really love to see Nallark make some use of this ultimate here sometime soon. Unfortunately, Sasha kind of backed with him, but it looks like he is ulting back to lane.
I really want to see the Pantheon ultimate used in the bot lane here, just to try to get something on the shutdown on the Samira, because she's not too strong to the point where you can't kill her yet. And you have a great setup with, you know, if Sejuani shows up, Morgana's there with the CC, Swain's there as well. I think we really want to see Pantheon not trying to just lane against this Kayle anymore, because it's not going to net them anything for their team. It's just going to be a bleed out.
We are seeing Kayle now ahead 20 CS and Samira up nearly 30. Or I guess 25 after this wave dies, but that's huge. That's 3 full waves. But likewise, Pickle Popper staying up about 2 waves in the mid lane.
Oh, the spear again. Nallark's feeling the pressure here. You can tell. A lot of these spears have gone wide. Might be nerves getting to him. Usually ends up hitting those skill shots, but we'll see if Sasha wants to pay a visit to the top lane. She is on that side of the map. Has to do something here. Both junglers sitting on 0-0-0 still. So, been a pretty quiet game out of the jungle.
Sasha has quite the garage sale of items here in her inventory, but we are seeing Nallark go for the stun.
Oh wait, this is actually a kill. Because Sasha's here.
Yes.
So well done by Sasha to then drop the Herald as well. So this will get some gold back in the pockets, but Grandma Nut looking like Grandma. What's a word for dead that rhymes with nut? I don't think there is one.
The first thing that came to mind was butt.
Yeah, same. I was like, I'm not saying that. Yeah. Oh man, Grandma Nut looking like Grandma Dead ends up falling there.
This Ocean Dragon is also looking like Grandma Dead. So.
Yes, and that will be the Mountain Soul for the Rift here, Valid.
Worth noting here, Zabel, that this death timing was very, very tragic for Mind's Desire. So he lost 2 full waves, which is huge for Nallark, right? So
yeah, Nallark's only 10 CS down now.
So really, really nicely timed gank there by Sasha, and great setup by Nallark.
Absolutely, Sasha with some impeccable timing, and had the Herald on top of it to boot. So kind of caught Nallark up in gold, as he's now a 300 or 200 gold lead over the Kayle. So that's important. But again, I'm not sure if it's just too late at this point.
He is, he does have, however, about a half level lead now, which is pretty darn nice. Unfortunately for Brambleback,
Sasha just going in here, just straight up fighting Mind's Desire, who doesn't have the flash, and Sasha has red buff. I'm not really sure why you would go that ham for this pink ward, but you know, she ended up making it out with a nicely timed roam. But the rest of the team's here now. Pickle Popper flashing forward, going for the kill into Mind's Desire. Should be able to get out. Now Pickle Popper may be in a bad spot. Pantheon in. The flash burned for Grandma Nut will be out of the mix, and Rainfreeze is kind of left in the back line to fend for himself, and he cannot. Gets taken down by Sasha on the Sejuani, now 2-0. Making an impact in the game is exactly what we needed to see.
And Sasha's feeling herself a little bit now.
Yeah, I do not know what Mind's Desire was thinking there. Hard greeting for that pink ward when the jungler's right there. They have red buff. You don't have flash or ultimate. There's literally nothing that you can do in that situation as the Kayle other than just run back to your tower, and he chose to run to the bush. Maybe he thought his mid laner was closer on the roam, but Victor can roam pretty quickly as well. So
yeah, and you have to expect that Victor will also have the push in this lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So interesting little fumble there from Krugs. Still, in my opinion, favorable game state for them if we just look at the bot lane and the way the top lane's going to end up scaling here, but this tower's almost dead.
Oh yeah, definitely. Nallark now taking down the turret and going aggro.
He's going aggro. The Knight is almost back up. Kale's ultimate is available too. I'd like to see Nallark actually just flash forward to continue autoing.
I would love to see a flash.
The Ignite, just barely coming up. Maybe he just, didn't want to flash forward without the Ignite being up. His binding onto Rainfreeze. Not going to get locked up by the gravity well. Going to be able to walk that one out as Pickle Popper continues this obnoxious push in the mid lane.
And we actually saw Nallark drop his ultimate between.
Oh yikes! I didn't even.
There in the top lane.
Nallark. I didn't realize that. Well,
yeah, but kill was.
Ooh, hook in the bottom lane. J Herbo popping the ultimate. The Ignite goes down on the Swain. He's just under his tower. They're not going to be finding this kill, as now he can just kind of walk forward at them, but the rest of his team isn't in range to follow up. Has to be careful for another Nautilus hook. No ultimate available in the Nautilus. Hook does land. Samira's going in with big damage. Flash out from J Herbo, and Pickle Popper had TP'd in to help out his bot laner, finding Rain Freeze in the jungle, but who found who? Samira's now in their Nautilus ultimate, Malzahar ultimate rather, going down to secure the kill into J Herbo. Now Samira's in, ultimate popping. Pickle Popper gonna end up falling too, and Covert Panda looking so clean on this Samira Valib. Absolutely dominating these fights.
You know, I think people may have been onto something when they were saying that Panda is fantastic.
They had the right energy, but not the right execution of the statement. They got to work on maybe getting an edit there.
And yeah, there's not a great answer for Samira here. I mean, I guess you can have Nolak stun the Samira and then shield and just pray that Pickle Popper can nuke her, but
yeah,
it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you have to have a flash W from Pantheon to even hope to get that play off, and then follow that up with some Sejuani CC or some Victor CC. But if you cannot do that, there is nothing that really is going to be able to stop Samira from just getting her ultimate off in a fight. I mean, I believe Victor's R actually interrupts her ult, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So that's an option, because that is an interrupt.
Wait, the ult, or you mean the W?
Samira's ultimate channel, right?
Oh, okay.
So would Victor's ultimate, which was, I believe, a brief silence at the start, kind of like Blitzcrank's, would that interrupt the channel? I'm not sure. I haven't seen enough of the champion, but someone in chat.
Oh, it does interrupt enemy channels. Nice, good call.
And yeah, we're sitting on a 2K gold lead here for Krugs. Kind of feeling a little inevitable for them at this point with the team comp they've drafted for themselves into the composition that Bramble have drafted for themselves. But Bramble are showing that they're not out of this game. They still have some fight left in them, as the TP is now channeled. Mind's Desire getting into the Dragon Pit now as his Kale on level 11.
That is a level 11 Kale, and I was actually wondering.
It's a completed Rift Maker.
I was quietly thinking to myself, is it worth actually taking this top turret? Because taking the top turret actually makes it easier for Kale to farm.
Yeah, it does, and yeah, with the Herald in that top lane, I mean, expecting to just get more gold onto Nollark, but you know, if you're against a scaling top laner, you kind of want to leave that lane state as is for as long as possible. Hook going down onto Pickle Popper, Black Shield down, so he's not going to get rid of too much, but the Victor damage is coming through onto the team of Krugs. Kale ultimate coming down into Rain Freeze, and Covert Panda just in the middle of the team is unstoppable with a double kill, jumps forward, now onto Pickle Popper, quadra kill for Covert Panda, looking absolutely massive. Insane amount of damage coming out of that Samira, and that's exactly what we expected to see in a team fight when Samira was there.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I gotta say I'm disappointed that Panda didn't pick up the Penta. No,
Yeah, who took it? Who took the Penta? We got
Rainfree is unknowingly engaging that for his team.
Yeah, right.
Well,
just getting caught.
Mont Blanc's hook started it, but Rainfree is like, all right, guys, I'm in front. Now what? Mind's Desire able to throw down the Kale ult onto Rainfree and just keep him alive for so long while Mind's Desire just pelting everyone, and Covert Panda doing Panda things.
Yeah, gotta say, Covert Panda looking insane in this match. Just gonna hover over the items here because I don't know what all the items are. I was like, what is the item that he has? Immortal Shield Bow?
Yeah, he's rocking
nice.
Shield Bow. So yeah, the Shield Bow is what really starts cranking. It's just like the amount of sustain and just straight damage that Samira can put out with that is nuts.
Straight damage, and it's crazy if you look at the scoreboard for the side of Krugs here. You got 015, 016, 016, 802. So it's very, very clear that Covert Panda was involved in the 802 conspiracy last night.
Yeah, very nice 802 vibes here from the Krugs.
It's very, very clear where Krugs are, you know, putting their money on for the win condition here. And you know, we kind of talked about it being Mind's Desire in Champ Select, who is winning, as we see Mont Blanc had jumped on. She'll be able to make it out with the Blast Cone. But Mind's Desire, you know, while he does have a farm lead, hasn't really had to do too much as far as like hard carrying the game.
He also hasn't been trying to do more than he's
exactly. He's not. He doesn't have to overextend himself.
He's doing very well. He's doing what I would think is expected of him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And meanwhile, like Covert Panda's like, no worries. Like even if you mess up, I got this, guys.
Covert Panda just side laning out, soloing Pickle Popper, who honestly has to run. So nice gravity well going down from the Victor there to make it out. you don't want to be 1v1ing that Samira. I don't really think anybody on their team can at this point.
You love to see it. You got your mid laner who's a level up, just running for the
Just
hills from
sprinting.
ADC.
Yeah, and you love to see it. So we see Colonel Paco. Swain is supposed to be a strong counter to Samira. Is anyone else not understanding the Swain pick? So Swain, whether or not he's supposed to be a strong counter to Samira or not, that really just comes down to execution and, you know, comfort in the champion. I don't really think that in the Rec League, picking something because it has a high win rate against something else is necessarily always the right move if you're not comfortable enough playing that champion into the person you're going against, right? So, like, if someone's really, really good at Samira, like Covert Panda, someone who's decent at Swain, that's not a hard counter because the other player is just better at the champion that they're on.
And I mean, let's not ignore the fact that there are 4 people in the bottom lane.
Exactly,
Too,
the
right?
supports
so
are
there's
important
also,
too.
The influence of Mont Blanc and Chloe Katz. So even though, I mean, honestly, I didn't.
Okay,
not
my
feeling
desire
up
is
the bot lane
slapping
matchups and
Nollark
stuff,
here.
but-
That's disgusting. That amount of damage is Chloe Katz getting jumped on, has to flash away. Quicksilver Sasha here just to kind of scare him off, but the damage is already done. Nollark is dead in the top lane, and they're going to push this down for the top outer tower.
So yeah, guys, that's Kale.
That's Kale.
Let me introduce you to Kale, guys.
Welcome to my TED Talk.
I do think I remember seeing Darth Ted earlier say he would have liked to have seen perhaps Chloe Katz like step up a little further at level 1 and level 2 to auto down the Nautilus. So you know that can definitely influence the ADC versus APC dynamic.
Yeah, Morgana autos do slap early on as Sasha here jumping in on a Rain Freeze with the Black Shield on are going to be safe, but going to have to actually just walk away as the rest of the team threatening. Mind's Desire in the bot lane. Teleport almost available and Dragon up in a minute, Val. We're going to probably see a pretty big team fight over this Dragon. I don't think Brambleback want to give over Mountain Soul, though I do believe that they should. I don't think they're going to want to.
Yeah, I think it's kind of too late for Bramble to do anything. They've already been outscaled and they're just getting crushed in the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, the 80 carry for Krugs can match any of the side laners from Brambleback, and if that's the state that your game has gone to, it's basically going to be a GG for you.
Yeah, but even like, I mean, we're seeing now a 40 CS lead and in both solo lanes, and like, not to mention just the amount of gold from kills and assists. So
yeah, I mean, if we take a look at the gold here for bot laners, there's almost a 5,000 gold lead for Covert Panda over J Herbo, which is insane. Only a 400 gold lead in the top lane, but Covert Panda is
5K
massive.
gold diff, nearly a 5K gold diff at 23 minutes.
His
Dang.
gold diff over J Herbo is larger than his team's gold diff over the entire enemy team, which is insane. So I really want to see Bramble make some adjustments in the draft here because I don't think this was it for them. I don't think that this is the Bramble that we want to see because we've seen J Herbo pop off in some 80 carry picks and they just opt to go with the Swain pick as the Dragon is now started. Pantheon ulting Nollark over the wall as the Dragon started up, and Krugs is in a pretty good spot here.
And you can start seeing the panic set in here.
Yeah, as Malzahar is just fighting Nollark on the back line. The rest of the team's in. Swain going in with the ultimate. Mont Blanc. Nollark actually gets the kill on the back line there onto Grandma Nut, and the rest of the team running away. Samira still going into the fight, though. Gets a good kill on his legendary. Has the ultimate on from Kale. Just going to pop the ult himself and run forward. Double kill. And one more auto do it on the Pickle Popper. No, that would be a triple kill for the Kale and
Just a
double
triple,
kill
okay.
for the Samira.
Just a triple, yeah. And so that's Samira Kale. Yeah, we saw quite a lot of resources being used on the Malzahar, who was separated from the rest of his team. But that Malzahar was separated, so anyone going after him was also separated, right?
Yeah.
So
Yep. They didn't have that. They didn't have the point click CC for the Samira. They didn't have
they kind
Nollark
of just
with what he
left
needs to
everyone
do.
else to die. So.
Yeah, yeah. If you are Brambleback, you need Nollark there to flash W the Samira if you want to have any chance of killing her. Flash W ignite, and there's like if you're not doing that in these fights, Covert Panda is gonna murder you, like we just saw. Sorry for the shoddy camera in that fight, boys. The directed camera kept trying to bring me back to Malzahar fighting Pantheon, which we didn't want to see at all. So I had to like manually click over. So yeah, that was what was going on there. Hopefully we still caught most of the fight. I believe we did. But it's a little bit more of the same from Covert Panda, just absolutely just, crushing these team fights. And I don't think there's really anything that Bramble hasn't... I don't think Bramble even has any options right now.
Yeah, and it's especially hard when you have a knowledgeable Kale player who knows how to use their ultimate well. So, you think you got Panda low? Nope. There's the Kale shield, and there's the shield bow proc. Good luck.
Darth said, I don't mind Nog taking that fight with Grandma. He got the kill, yes, but in the end, what did that do for his team? We got the Victor damage coming here across the entire Krugs team, which is pretty good. Layered with this is Sejuani, but there's just not enough. His Mountain Soul is just giving them so much resistances, and that pillar is so perfect onto Pickle Popper from Rain Freeze. And Covert Panda sitting on Legendary, and they're looking straight at this Baron. I think they can just take it.
Yeah, and we have 17 out of 18 KP on this Samira now.
Yeah, disgusting. I think we're definitely going to see this one unbanned in game 2. I don't see a ban coming through for this one. Samira wasn't the issue, for sure.
Nope, definitely not.
Now's are all getting
60%
channeled.
counter.
Nallark in the pit. Morgana steals the Baron with the Binding and Tormented Soil. It is unbelievable. Covert Panda Legendary. 4 dead. Sasha just spawning, and Mont Blanc gonna throw that hook pretty wide. Rain Freeze not really nailing that smite there, but I'm not sure that it actually is gonna end up mattering.
Yeah, it's okay.
But
it's okay.
that's a little bit of a morale booster for your team. Even if you know you're gonna lose the game.
They're just buying Kale more time to hit 16.
Yeah. And that's something that does feel good, though, for your team. If you're losing this hard, you get a 6 smite steal like that, or whatever steal, with your support.
That's a Q steal, I think
it's a
it
Q
was.
steal, yeah. It's just something you can kind of laugh about
Right.
and keep your mental strong. So that's important for Brambleback in an intangible way, but I don't think they should be really focusing on this game right now. I think they need to be focused on their next game draft.
Zabel, we are seeing Samira encroaching on 2 times gold territory over her
Oh
lane
no,
counterpart.
it's so close.
We're now 6-0 at 13.5 versus J Herbo's 7,000.
Oh my god, this is worse than a Flame Horizon. I don't even know. Yeah, that's pretty... Oh, I mean, speaking of Flame Horizon, Mind's Desire getting pretty close there on Nallark. The amount of farm he's been able to get for himself as we see a pause come through. I think Sasha went to go hit her lag switch.
All right, and so we have a couple minutes to analyze this game state. Although I'm not sure
I don't
there's,
know that there's a whole lot of
yeah.
game state analysis to be done.
Yeah, this is pretty nuts. Just seeing the teamwork here from a couple of things, right? Just like the straight up like outplaying in their respective lanes, and then couple that with the teamwork from the Krugs. Like, that's nuts.
Yeah. It's honestly, like, their team fighting has been impeccable in this series. And I think we touched on that briefly in the Champ Select, that both teams opted for a front-to-back kind of style, but that the front-to-back style that Brambleback chose to pick for themselves in this match didn't make sense when contrasted with the front-to-back style that Krugs had chosen. Because there was just an obvious damage difference and an obvious point of carry difference and the way they wanted to deal their damage in these fights. So I think it was I don't want to say it was 100% a draft win from Krugs, but it was pretty close. It was pretty close.
I thought it was a draft win.
Okay, yeah, it was a draft win. Yeah, it was.
But
it was hard.
you are right in that nothing rec league wise, there's definitely value in comfort and that sort of thing. So, draft wins don't necessarily mean game wins, but I don't think Bramble drafted comfort here. I think they
drafted kind of cheesy.
I think they tried too hard to outdraft Krugs.
Yeah.
Maybe not respecting what Krugs, what they thought Krugs had to offer. And they're like, they're picking slow scaling stuff. We'll just smash them.
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of what happens when you don't smash them. So
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Any word on the pause issue? I haven't heard anything.
What did Bramble ban Darth? I don't remember. Sorry.
I think they banned... honestly, I don't remember either.
Yeah.
I know Hecarim was one of the bans, or unless that was a Krugs ban. Bramble banned Nocturne, Rammus,
So Nocturne and Ramus were Bramble's phase 2 bans.
Yeah, I don't remember their first 3 though.
Okay.
I wish I could see the chat. I guess I could just turn it on.
Yeah, looks like one team had to pause, and then the other team, then that team was ready, but then the other team wasn't. So.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
something we never see.
Yep.
That's something you never see here in the Rec League.
This is the real 5-head play.
Looks like they're going to be ready soon. And yeah, I mean, honestly, Bramble, in my opinion, cannot win this game. No flame, but it's just the champions they've picked for themselves and how ahead Krugs are in the state of this game right now. I really think Bramble, since this is a best of 3 series, needs to spend this time talking about how they want to draft next game and what changes they can make in order to come ahead in the draft for the next part of the series.
I completely agree, and I think preserving mental is very, very important here. I think, yeah, that you got to remember, as you mentioned, it is a 3-game series, and so perhaps take an L in one of the games, but there's 2 more to play. And,
yeah, exactly. And they get blue side next game. So
and
they
we are
picked red
seeing
flag for
Colonel
themselves.
Paco inform us that Amumu, Galio, and Leona were banned for Bramble in phase 1.
Thank you, Colonel Paco.
So Amumu ban, sure. Galio, Leona. Leona I can understand because Mont Blanc has done some dirty things on that champ. The Galio ban is not my favorite. It's definitely annoying to play against as Pickle Popper, so I can understand not wanting to play against Galio. But it's also really hard to ban out these guys because they do have just such talented, especially like their solo laners or side laners are so talented that
Oh yeah.
you're not never gonna completely ban them out. But I mean, this is just draft kingdom here for Krugs. Darth Ted saying it's a mental win if Bramble can put a kill onto Samira. Or sorry, get Samira killed. Samira's already
man.
put 12 kills onto herself. So
Honestly, they do need it. Honestly, I think they just, at this point, if I'm Brambleback, I'm just throwing my bodies at the enemy team, looking for a giant wombo combo, and if we all die,
Yeah.
we lose the game, and if not, then, maybe we do something. But I think kind of, taking your foot off the gas a little bit, if you're Brambleback, as far as like the intensity and focus you have right now, will go a long way in preserving your mental state for going into game 2. Because if you're super tryharding the whole way to the end of this game, even in a losing game state, when it's pretty clear who's going to come out on top in this one, then it's kind of draining on you mentally, and it takes a toll on your team morale. So hopefully they can figure out how to keep their spirits high and come into game 2 and look like the Brambleback we've seen all season, which has been really dominant.
oh yeah, and I think it's especially draining mentally on the mid laner and the jungler here of Bramble.
Here we go.
Because Sasha kind of like, I'll say it wasn't her fault that the game unfolded as it did.
Yeah, no, and that's
Her teammates
yeah.
didn't really set her up for success, and there's not much you can do other than that. I mean, sure, you can try to force some stuff, but if those, I mean, that stuff doesn't feel good.
No.
Then Pickle Popper we saw actually had a lead in mid lane, although that's also to be expected because he did have the counter pick. But I mean, likewise, Nellark also had the counter pick, and
Yeah.
so you got 2 members of Bramble here who were ahead, and then the other 3 just kind of hard lost, and that's like a really can be difficult to keep your mental strong.
Yeah, it feels bad, man, for sure. I mean, especially if you're in the position of the jungler when you feel like all you can do is farm your camps and your team's like saying, hey, why aren't you ganking? It's like, I literally cannot. Like, if I gank your lane, we all die.
Why
Like,
didn't
we
you
don't
gank?
even
Well,
want
because I
yeah.
couldn't.
Yeah, and that's something that, I mean, I'm sure Brambleback laners understand, but it is something that is frustrating from the jungle position when you just feel kind of handcuffed in the lane.
Yeah.
Like you can't do anything.
Just lane gank forehead. Wait here for 40 seconds forehead. Like no.
Just burn his flash forehead. But yeah, as we see Elder spawning in under 2 minutes here, you'd have to think Krugs rather take this one and kind of put the nail in the coffin. I don't really see a world where Brambleback step up and choose to fight with Krugs unless they're doing, my strategy of 5-man deathballing and seeing what happens.
I think you have to fight on Elder. I don't think you have a choice. Because if Krugs get Elder, you lose.
Yeah.
So you gotta go lose at Elder.
If Bramble wins, I'll eat some Chex Mix. Brian, you should
Chex
already be
Mix,
eating some
okay.
Chex Mix. You need some calories and some
Yeah,
carbs for
perhaps
that
with a side of
hangover.
balsamic, Brian. We did see Nalak and Pickle were able to burn Mind's Desire's ultimate, so that's a win.
Yeah, already half back up.
I believe that ult will be up again when Elder spawns.
Yeah.
So a little poorly timed there, but hey,
Yeah.
they tried.
They did try. I mean, they burned the flash and the ignite from the Pantheon before the giant team fight, so not really sure I would have wanted to see that, as you definitely want to be expending those summoners for the Samira, which we've touched on, I don't know, a million times now. Unfortunately, just wanted to get that pick on the Mind's Desire, but not really super good timing, as you did call out, as Mont Blanc goes in with the hook. Rain Freeze is here as well. Grandma Nuts on the back end. Samira's actually pretty far, so they don't have a lot of damage, but Rain Freeze is so tanky. He's just not dying, and they're just killing Quicksilver Sasha, who has to flash through the wall. Mind's Desire flashing the wall to chase, as the rest of the team is there. Nollark ends up falling to Grandma Nut as Samira's ultimates pop, but nobody's actually in range to get damage on them. Cobra Panda flashing forward. One more auto attack will do it onto Sasha, gets the double kill, and looking for more, but nothing going to be around, and I think they can just maybe end the game here instead of going for auto.
And unfortunately for Bramble, my Desire actually had the jump on the teleport by about like 2 or 3 seconds, because nobody actually put down a ward for Pickle to TP2 in the fight, so he had to.
That was so
he was
awkward.
looking for a place to TP, and like that took him a couple seconds. Then he finally found a ward like at blue buff, but that was nowhere near the fight, and by then it was already over.
Yeah, it was just too late, too far gone for Brambleback in this game, as blue team takes the Elder Dragon, takes the inhibitor, and is now looking onto the base. Might potentially just turn it onto this other inhibitor here and play the game out kind of slow.
We are seeing that Covert Panda is now just a mere like 200 gold away from completing the 2 times gold lead.
I was thinking, are we still tracking this 2 times gold lead stat here?
I want to see it 2 times. I need to see that 2x,
Well, we'll see the tower fall, and we'll probably see it happen as Covert Panda steps forward, gets rooted, gets the kill ultimate onto him, is exhausted now.
He's good.
Is good, gets stunned up, should actually end up falling here. So Covert Panda still alive. Oh, I thought he was going to absolutely pop off there, but the rest of the team doesn't matter. Kale popping off here. Gets
there it is.
Quadra kill for Kale. Covert Panda did end up falling. A nice mental edge for Brambleback picking up that kill, but the Quadra on to Mind's Desire is going to feel good. I think that's 2
somebody's
Quadras
got to
this
engage,
game.
right? Might as well
One on
have your
Samira.
ADC engage.
Yeah, one on Samira, one on Mind's Desire.
And I would pull that out, as I've seen him do some nasty
Dude, it was close. He was like 0.5 seconds from getting the S and getting his ultimate off, and that would have been just disgusting. As we see Krugs take the Nexus and take game 1 in this best of 3.
Damn.
Dominant.
Damn.
Damn. Yeah, it was that was pretty nutty. Oh, I didn't change my week number. Darth Ted, thanks for letting me know in a chat that I won't see for the entire duration of the game. Tells me on League client chat when I have chat turned off of the stream. God damn it, Eric. That is funny. Eric, you memer. You actual memer.
Actual wiener.
Actual wiener, Eric. Wait, so I just changed the whole week number? Hold on. Let me see what this looks like. Oh, Brian said it there.
So
you know what,
Eric?
Eric?
Probably a pretty good time to pick up some Panda merch.
Yeah, now is definitely a good time to pick up some Panda merch. Dude, looking hot, looking spicy, looking like exactly what you want to see out of your Panda in the bot lane there. Really love the performance, honestly. So we'll see if he can pull out a similar performance in game number 2. The teams will be swapping sides. Brambleback getting blue side in their first pick. We'll see if they have any priority picks they want to pull out. Get a little stronger draft here coming into game 2. And we'll see what the boys can do. With that, we're going to send it to a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, guys. It is I, Sable, joined by Valeb's arm, and now Valeb's back wall of his room. We are getting into the lobby here. Oh, there he is. The rest of Valeb's body has now joined the camera.
We are back. We are back, Zabel.
Yes, we are, sir, and we saw a pretty dominant performance in Game 1 coming out of the Krugs, looking honestly pretty unstoppable in that game, but I think a large part of that is due to the way that Brambleback handicapped themselves in the draft phase, and I'm hoping they make some adjustments here so we can see a little bit more parity between these two teams on the Rift for Game 2.
Oh, yeah. First off, yes, Darth Ted. That is a nice, I think it's called a cathedral ceiling, something like that. I don't know. It's got like angles. We got some angles going on, you know?
Ah, there you go.
But you probably couldn't see that anyway. But more importantly, draft changes. Love my shirt. Thanks, Brian. I love you.
A lot of compliments going over to Valeb's side there. I'm definitely not feeling left out at all.
Well, you gotta earn them, Zabel.
I get some nice cotton blend from Target.
Dude, that is nice. It is nice.
Pretty sure it has a hole in it somewhere.
So draft changes, Zabel.
Yes.
I think it is a fair assessment to say Bramble should consider banning Samira.
Yeah,
So
that checks out.
I think you can keep the Amumu ban, sure. Honestly, I don't think Amumu is a problem to play against, but people don't like it, so sure, ban it if you want it. And then I think you need to ban Samira, so I would get rid of the Galio ban for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Pickle Popper, you've had years of Yo TP chance. You can prove your worth. You can play against Galio. It's okay. And then, I don't know, it's like, do we ban Kale? Do we ban Leona? Honestly, I think I would just leave Leo up. Because it's, you're getting a fatty bot lane support anyway from the Krugs. So it's like, okay, sure, we ban Leo, but they're still going to hit you with Nautilus. So, like, are those two really all that different? In my mind, no. But I also don't play bot lane, so maybe there is some difference in the level of oppression. Who knows? But yeah, I think you got to go with Amumu. Well, I don't think you have to go with Amumu, but I think they will go with Amumu, Samira, Kale. Unless maybe Nullark and Sasha can work something out for how to keep this Kale down. I think, I love my good guy Single Null, but I think he failed his objective of that Pantheon pick last game. Really wasn't quite able to keep the wave in a position such that Sasha would have like a feasible entry into the lane to kill the Kale early on.
Yeah,
sure, they got one kill around like level, I don't know, like 9. I think.
Yeah,
Kale.
it was very late in the game.
And I mean that's good, but you also need to have that happen earlier, set that up earlier. And I know some people will blame Sasha for that, but as a jungler, I fault the jungler less for that.
Yeah, you can blame Sasha for that if you're just like barely watching the game, but if you're paying attention to the lane states and how things are going, you can't really blame the jungler in that kind of situation when you need to be set up for success by your laners. So, and looks like we're getting the champ select here.
Really need to see Jay Herbo and Chloe Cat step it up here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've been seeing tons of Herbo hype, throughout the season. Herbo throwing it down in the Discord. Time to back it up, buddy.
Time to throw it down on the map. As the Samira ban comes out, Krugs stick with the Hecarim ban, and the Galio ban again comes out from Brambleback. I hate that, Neil. I did not want to see that at all. Because now you're left here with either just banning the Kale third ban, or banning one of the other champions you banned the last game you didn't want to deal with, which I believe...
Oh, okay. So I expect Sasha to pick away a Mumu here.
That's fair. That's fair.
Although I still think people obsess over
Krugs
Mumu
can just
too much,
ban him. And they take the Shen away, okay. Yeah, I don't want to see the strategy that Brambleback pulled last game, which is putting Nullark on something that needs to win lane and needs to kind of try to carry. I think they've looked best for Brambleback when they have him on a weak side matchup where he's just surviving lane, like Eric's saying, on a tank. Just
knowing Single Null, I'm expecting.
There it is.
I'm expecting some set vibes here.
Oh,
I just have a feeling.
Okay.
have a feeling. I don't think it's the ideal pick, but I just got the itch, you know?
You got the vibe.
The tingles. The D-Gen tingles.
The DJ tingles as the Leona hovers from Mont Blanc. We touched on how strong he is with that champion. Sasha does get the Amumu, who does just feel kind of busted right now, but with some of the tank item nerfs, not quite as strong as he was when the patch first dropped. So maybe a little bit of believing the hype here for Sasha as far as this champion goes and what he offers in the map. But Mont Blanc has looked super dirty on this Leona. We'll see what they pair that with in the bottom side for Krugs. We'll just be
Nice.
the Senna. Loves these S-name new 80 carries.
Oh yeah, loves all these fantastic 80 carries. I know Covert Panda is a huge proponent of the current game state of 80 carries. He loves being not able to do anything in most cases.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want to see that as the brand hover. I actually love this if they do end up taking that into the bot lane with Tristana. There's AP supports are actually way stronger right now, and I think that's something. Oh, they don't. Okay, so they just go with the Nautilus, just disappointing my dreams
Cowards.
again and again. No, but I actually think that the meta favors.
See, your dog agrees. Cowards. We heard the coward chant from K9 Zabel over yonder. You gotta expect a jungler to be picked up here. Yeah, I think Sejuani most likely. I know Rain Freeze has experience on Sedge, and yeah, pretty solid rec league jungler. Not too entirely difficult to execute, and offers a ton of presence. Offers a ton of utility for their team. We are seeing phase 2 bans getting kicked off here with a Mordekaiser ban targeted at Nulark. I like it. Gotta expect counter pick to go to Mind's Desire here for the top lane, and I fully expect these to be two top. At least, well, actually maybe not. We still haven't seen Pickle Poppers mid here, but I don't think Pickle will play anything that scares Grandma Nut. It could get worrisome for Grandma Nut if Annie is banned here by Bramble, because then that'll be a triple ban on Grandma Nut, and I think those are the only 3 champions we've seen him play this rec season. I apologize if I'm wrong, though. I know he played Galio week 1 against Gromp. I know he's played a lot of Annie, and I know he's played Malzahar. Okay, so they still leave the Annie up, and instead opt for the Camille ban. I mean, Camille is very annoying to play against, but knowing Mind's Desire, I don't think he was actually craving a Camille pick here. So I think I really would have liked to have seen an Annie ban come out here from Bramble, just to force Grandma Nut onto a 4th pick, and really see what he's got. But we are seeing the Annie quickly picked up for the Krugs, and leaving that final pick to Mind's Desire makes a ton of sense. Looking at their team comp, they are slightly, potentially lacking damage. Annie does offer some damage, but not the best, like, team damage. Just tons of burst, sure. I guess Senna does offer more sustained damage. And we are seeing the Ornn versus Sylas matchup go down. Okay.
I love that matchup for Sylas. It's so fun.
I've actually played quite a bit with the Krugs boys over the past couple weeks. Since around the time that PBE started getting some heat, and early on into the preseason, and he's been practicing the Sylas lately. So I'm really excited to see if that practice pays off.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty fun lane for Sylas because Ornn tends to be an abuser of melee matchups versus melee matchups, and Sylas is the kind of champion that can get around a lot of what Ornn tries to do and sustain through a lot of his burst damage. So, and can answer his ult with his own ult. So it's like,
and I gotta say that I am absolutely 100% certain that Mind's Desire is more familiar with this matchup than Nulark is.
Yeah,
because Mind's Desire is actually an Ornn main. So
true.
Nulark picking the D3 player's main into him. It's time. Let's see what you got, Nulark.
Little hubris out of Nulark here, and I like it. I like the energy. As taking a look at these 2 comps, we did touch on the fact that we're a little bit worried about Krug's damage profile. I think the Silas kind of helps remedy that a little bit. Has some team fight durability and can output a lot of damage in fights depending on what build he's going to go for, whether Night Harvester, Riftmaker. We'll have to see what he opts to path towards, but
Yeah,
there's a lot more reliable kind of.
I expect this to be a rift maker just because of just the beefy boys on the side of Bramble, right? You got the Orin, the Amumu, and the Nautilus. We did see that Pickle Popper picked up the Nico. I think it offers a lot of wombo potential with the Amumu. And I guess it is somewhat of a comfort pick for Pickle Popper. Although I'm still scared that you got, 5-minute Annie gameplay. Like, you're so vulnerable to just that flash alt ignite all in from Annie every 5 minutes, rinse and repeat. Like, she just can do that so well against champions like Ari, Lux, Nico. There's these fragile mages.
Yep.
And you have your 5 minutes of fun, but then then here comes Annie. It's time for Annie to have some fun.
Have you seen my bear terrors? Yeah, it's I mean, definitely liking Bramble's draft better this game than last game. I think that's a pretty obvious and not spicy take at all. I think there might have been a little bit of an overvalue in the Amumu as far as it being like a really strong picks. I mean, it is undefeated, I think, so far in playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. But what made the tank junglers like Amumu so strong did just get hotfix nerfed. So not quite as powerful as it once was.
Yep, definitely. I mean, for sure, still playable. And I mean, I love playing that champ, but
yeah, he's fun.
I just I think some people get a bit too caught up in the hype over
it's
the
an
champ.
AoE big circle ultimate. We got two of them.
Yeah. But I mean, if Sasha's comfortable on the champ, then by all means go for it.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And she is. We've seen Sasha play a movie before and just do absolutely crazy things. And being a tank jungle meta right now, it's definitely Amumu and Sasha's time to shine.
Yeah, and they have like this Bramble team is very solid front to back here. It's going to be very difficult to actually get on to J Herbo unless J Herbo goes J Turbo and like just hops in right in front of an Annie or something, or like the Silas or Leo. Which I think he might be prone to doing.
have seen it before.
Yes, so Trist pick, I like it, but dare I say, like, Vayne here would have looked sick, but picking Vayne that early is perhaps a no-no. But like, after all, I am talking more team fight-oriented comp stuff, so I think first objective is to get J Herbo and Chloe Katz onto something that they can at least maintain parity with in lane. And then after that, you could start considering more team fight oriented aspects. But kind of seeing how lane went and bot lane went last game, like first objective is to not turbo went this lane.
Yeah. Objective number 1, do not die. Pretty good start as we see loading screen go rather quickly. I'm already getting into the game here for these teams.
A little bit of a tease. Are you in game yet?
Yes, I'm 15 seconds in.
Okay. Now?
And 20.
Okay.
21. Okay.
See, that was a really nice pause by me there. Had that internal clock going.
Love to see it as, again, both teams kind of just fanning out, not looking for too much on the level 1. I do believe that Krugs would have an advantage on level 1 with the Silas, Sejuani if she has her E.
But, Nautilus is scary, yo.
Nautilus is scary. And I guess Nico snare follow-up is an option, but...
Yeah, and you also can't count out Trist AoE jump damage.
Truth.
Although so J Herbo's not upgraded anything yet, but looks like we're having the old standoff. Unfortunately, not seeing any dance moves here from Covert Panda. I'm very disappointed in him.
Yeah.
We saw just excellent Samira dancing in the early, the pre-minion phase last game, but not seeing that energy here from Senna this game. So starting to get a little worried for Krugs.
Yeah, not keeping the same energy is definitely something that will be a sign of concern if you are the Krugs boys. Hopefully they can bring that one back and show us some dance moves a little later on.
And we are seeing, once again, junglers starting on opposite sides. Got to expect Sasha to think she's being sneaky here, saying, I'm going to go blue. They can't kill me.
Yeah, I mean, a nice path from a lot of junglers when you start on this side of the map like this is to just steal the enemy red, but there was a nice ward placed by Rain Freeze behind his own red buff.
I actually think that the intention of starting blue side here for Amumu is to actually set up a gank on the bot lane.
Oh, absolutely. For Amumu,
I think they have realized that, you know what, we're just gonna let single Null do his weak side things. You have fun with Mind's Desire. Sorry, Daddy Desire up there.
Daddy Desire. So we talked about Sasha wanting to set up a gank to the bot side, but how feasible is that when you have a Tristana on your team that's just going to be almost perma-shoving the bot lane in?
Yeah, I think it's okay. If I'm J Herbo here, I may have actually... Well, okay, I like this in the fact that they were able to pop 2 before the Leona was. And I think this is actually okay, although I would like to see this cannon wave maybe slow pushed into the turret. So, yeah. I could maybe... I mean, they don't actually have to gank this bot lane as well, right? They can just farm this out. But we are seeing Rain Freeze go aggro up top.
Yeah, he's in. Nolark stepping so far forward. I don't even know if he saw him.
Wrong hood,
For the
homie.
point. Wrong hood, homie, for sure. As we see the flash forward from Mind's
But he got
Desire.
out.
Only level 2.
He got out somehow.
Somehow he got out. Honestly, I think a large part of Nolark living there was Sejuani using her Q when she didn't have to. If you're basically in melee range, you can just use the flail and then wait for Silas follow up for the stuns with the autos and then use the Q after they flash, but had already used the Q for the knockup prior to that, so that gave Nolark kind of a free window to get out.
Yeah, but I mean, Nolark still got chunked out. Both flashes are gone for the top laners, and I mean, we're seeing this lane position just
oh my god,
very unfavorable for Nolark. Really nice job by Mind's Desire to call his jungler up there once again. And I mean,
is making me sad here with these missed skill shots. That would have,
you know, it's okay because this is going to keep
okay.
happening.
Yeah.
You got to expect Mind's Desire to crash this wave, take a recall. Oh wait, never mind. The next wave's coming in, unfortunately for him. But that will still give him time to get a clean recall off.
Sasha almost dying to her her Krugs camp right there. Has to wrap back around and find those little gold guys and see if she can take them out.
Perhaps not too familiar with the Amumu clear.
Oh, the Amumu
But
clear.
hey, you know, you gotta pick it away. It's OP right now.
Yeah, it's very OP right now. As Mind's Desire is crashing this massive wave into Nolark,
Yep.
he's gonna miss a good amount under that tower with Thorn.
Yep. And this will give Mind's Desire a free back, whereas Nolark will likely have to use his teleport to get back to lane when he does decide to back. But I guess looks like Daddy Desire is on 1,400 gold, perhaps wanting to take one more wave before leaving. Although actually it should be 2 waves, right? Because that doesn't really matter. He has teleport anyway.
Yeah, true. And Nolark just missing more and more farm under this tower with the Orin. Just feels so bad. It's such an annoying thing to have happen for a top laner, is just to miss CS to your tower. As you know, speaking of these lanes here and farming, we see a pretty close farm difference in the bot lane, with actually J Herbo having a lead, which is an improvement from last game, because I think at this point in the game they were what 0-3 or something last game.
Something like
Panda
that.
had a lot of kills.
And I think they were down like 2 waves already, or nearly
Yeah.
10 CS, something like that.
So already an improvement,
So
which
definitely
is a
an
good
improvement
sign.
here. It's also worth noting though that Rain Freeze is now ahead of CS, ahead of Sasha and CS, and Rain Freeze has already ganked twice. And
Yeah.
coming in for a third gank.
Coming in for a third gank here is Rain Freeze on the Pickle Popper, and his stun is not available. We'll see. Just gonna actually straight up miss and then flash after the clone. It feels so bad if you're Krugs, because you burned so much Pickle Popper flashing the Mastery 7. Definitely showcasing the Mastery 7, going in for a kill, then he gets first blood on the end of that play. Pickle Popper looking absolutely massive with that play.
And, wow, and meanwhile, a really nice rocket jump there by J Herbo.
Amazing rocket jump, but Chloe Cat's falling super low. Ignite is on. Mont Blanc has to back it on out, though, because Ignite is on him as well. Ignite down for both supports, but no kills will be found. The root going to connect onto Chloe Cat's far enough away to not get jumped on. But
don't
Pickle.
quite think that the jungler was paying attention to that. Rain Freeze was mindful of experience on Grandma Nut there, because Rain Freeze actually got into lane, into the mid lane at level 4, right as Pickle Popper popped 6. And if I'm the jungler there, I'm turning around and booking it. Like,
Yep.
enemy mid just hit 6. No, I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, especially after... Oh, and we see a teleport being channeled Nullark. Or Pickle Popper, rather. And Nullark. I guess they both teleported straight into that Dragon Pit as the Ornn ultimate comes through. Rain Freeze, Wrong Hood Homie just gets immediately taken out. Pickle Popper now under Grandma Nut. Going to force him away as Brambleback turns straight into the Dragon, and they are looking dominant in this early game.
Yeah, and we saw a very solid flash hook there from Chloe Cats. Hooking up, I believe, one of the bot laners for Krugs. And meanwhile, like, Rain Freeze just wrong place. And, you know, he pays the price with his life and the early Infernal Dragon. So Bramble now sitting on 2-0 and having kills on their mid laner and ADC. Very, very nice for them.
Oh, yeah. Chloe Cat's fishing for a hook, finds one. Onto Mont Blanc. The bandage toss from Mumu is good as well. Jay Herbo getting the kill onto Mont Blanc, who's a little bit overextended there. Had the flash available. You have to think if he just flashed the hook, he would have lived, and that's something you kind of have to anticipate.
But, you know, all the while, Mind's Desire is quietly up 22 CS. Definitely, Krug's definitely losing on the other parts of the map, but they still have some chances.
They still do have some chances here, but I mean, like you touched on in Champs, so like their damage profile is a little bit sus if they didn't get an early lead on some of these champions, as the Blast Cone from Jay Herbo there to, I believe, cancel the jump.
Yeah.
Rest of the team coming in now. Sejuani does still not level 6. So Mumu has the ultimate available. Can probably just turn someone around. Does flash him with the giant Curse of the Sad Mummy from Mumu. Pickle Popper picking up a kill on the back end on Blank. Falling incredibly low. Double kill onto the Nico. Pickle Popper's in the mix, and Rain Freeze is going to fall as well. A kill going on to Chloe Cats as we see Nullark fighting Mind's Desire, but he cannot. So one kill goes the way of Krugs on the top side, but that is now 7 kills for Brambleback in this early game, and they're not stopping.
Yeah, dare I say, it's looking like the Krugs are playing a little tilted, or maybe just not respecting, or what, I don't know. But they're already at a deficit, and then they want to continue team fighting
without ultimates.
Like,
the jungler wasn't even 6.
Right? Like, your lead is in the top lane, and you're taking fights without your top laner. It does not make sense. But just an amazing flash ult there from Quicksilver Sasha, just locking up. I think it was all 4 of the Krugs members in that fight.
And it was right as I was saying. She does have her ultimate available. Flash in ultimate.
Yeah,
it's so
really,
well done.
really nice positioning there by Sasha. And I mean, I don't know, like, come on, Krugs, you can't be doing that. You know you're already behind, and your ADC and your mid are already behind. You do not want to take team fights there.
Absolutely.
But we do see now the Bramble with a 2,500 gold lead, so much improved, you might say, over last game at this point.
Much improved. 1,600 of that on Pickle Popper in this mid lane, looking huge, and 1,000 of that onto Jay Herbo in the bot lane. Just complete reversal from where he was in the last game, with kind of running it down, honestly, for most of the early game, but really came into play today and brought it back.
And it looks like Rain Freeze was trying to gank this Nico in the mid lane, but you can't. Rain Freeze, you're level 6. Grandma Nut on Annie, level 7. That's a level 9 Nico. Like, 2v1, you're not winning that.
Well, decides to go top lane instead with the ultimate. Rain Freeze throws that one down. Nullark, no flash available. Should actually just end up falling here to Mind's Desire. They can easily tower dive this. Does get the last part of the kill. Ends up taking that one. And Amumu now in the top lane has the ultimate. And Sasha actually getting ultimated with Mind's Desire on her own.
9. Can't be ganking that.
They're just fighting on that, and they just giving up kills where they really honestly didn't need to. They're playing to where Krugs is strong, as opposed to just punishing where they're weak.
I mean, I think that's just a case of not knowing your damage. Just unfamiliarity with your champion, perhaps. Sasha thinking she was good there, but level 6 versus level 9, not going to work out, especially in a 2v1. And that is a really, just a real bummer there for Bramble. They just threw back quite a bit of their lead. And bot lane, we are seeing both ADCs die. However, the bounty on Jay Herbo actually going over to Mont Blanc rather than Covert Panda, although I think that's okay, because Senna is a slower ADC as well. Getting Mont Blanc to that early lock, it could be very nice for them. We saw the early Herald take from the Krugs, and very wisely giving that Eye of the Herald over to Mind's Desire. So already 3 plates down on the top lane turret, and you got to expect that he's going to be looking to get first turret blood here fairly soon. We are seeing the... Oh, wow. I love it. So the very early Liandry's Anguish here for Mind's Desire on the Silas. And that is going to be one world of hurt for Nullark here. Especially considering that Nullark is going into... oh, actually, cool. So I actually really like here that Nullark picked up the early Null Magic Mantle. So that MR will offer a fair amount of resistance against the Silas, but it's still going to be a world of pain for him. We are seeing that Nullark has... he's going on a little tour here, making his way toward the mid lane. Sasha also hovering mid, so it looks like they might be trying to set up a gangbang here, but Panda might be caught out. Panda's not caught out. All right, little posturing. We are seeing four Bramble members here to take the dragon on spawn, and it means we will be seeing either an air or Mountain Soul. All right, wow, so Brian the Broken is not casting, but it is still an air soul. All right, let's go.
That's what you want to see, Neil. Absolutely.
Top lane turret does go down, and Mind's Desire was able to actually walk Shelly in for a second charge, connecting with the tier 2 turret. But Mind's Desire is licking his chops here, seeing that Bramble's blue buff is up, so he loves to see that, and he will more than happily take that.
Yeah, and I mean, Mind's Desire has shown an ability to get consistent leads in almost every lane he plays. He's in a 30 CS lead now, 2-0 with a bounty. But do you think that Silas lead is going to be enough here for Krugs to actually have, a window to come back in this game, or do you think the other lanes are too far behind?
So Krugs are still in it.
Yes.
Definitely still in it. It's just it's going to come down to team fight execution. Okay, assuming that the leads stay as they are, right? Assuming that nothing explodes further, team fight execution. I definitely think it is. As of right now, I think the game is Bramble favored, but Silas is going to be able to steal Amumu's ultimate, and that could be huge.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with Landry's Anguish, and you got to expect him to be, Mind's Desire to be working into Demonic Embrace right now. So, like, hitting, like, if Mind's Desire is able to lock up the backline, like Herbo and Pickle with Curse of the Sad Mummy, like... that is huge, because then Grandma Nut, like, you can't miss that flash Tivers, right? Like, those people are stuck in place you cannot miss. And that should be able to nuke the backline.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, it's a giant wombo combo for them that they're going to have to execute perfectly, because Pickle Popper is level 11 in this game right now.
I mean, Grandma Nut has been able to close the XP gap a little bit. So
yeah, that's true.
He's now one full level behind, but and like I'm even accounting for the extra they have over their current level, but that's an improvement from where he was a couple minutes ago. We are seeing that the bot lane turret has been taken by Bramble.
Ooh, max range hook in the mid lane. Chloe Cats pops the ultimate as well, but there's so much damage coming through and has to flash out. Rain Freeze is there.
That is, yeah, that's not what you want to see. It's like, hey guys, I got a pick. Wait, oh, I actually didn't want that.
I'm leaving.
yes.
I'm going in. I'm going out. Yeah, just immediately. Ultimate just flash out.
Really good reaction there by Covert Panda to just layer down the Senna ult. Able to shield up his boy, and they walk away, trading the Senna ult for the Nautilus Flash. And I guess, Annie Flash too, I think, right? Probably.
Yeah, and I believe you touched on this already, but I love the Leandri's Anguish pickup as the E actually lands for Silas onto J Herbo, but Sasha Flash ulting, but doesn't connect onto the Silas, who's now back in the fight, is ignited, so actually it doesn't heal for anything. The Curse of the Sad Mummy's down, will be shut down by Pickle Popper, but picks up the kill onto Sasha. The rest of the team is still there, though. Covert Panda, full HP, able to chase down, but the kill actually going over to J Herbo, taking out Mont Blanc when Covert Panda not quite able to get in range to auto. And the rest of the team now here.
Oh, Panda.
Panda might be in a bad spot, doesn't have Flash or Cleanse available, does have the move speed. J Herbo's thinking about jumping in, but he knows he's super low. Gets knocked up, now he has the green light to go in, and Nullark picking up that kill onto Covert Panda.
Yeah,
good fight out of Bramble, but there was a lot of things.
Getting a little rattled here.
A little rattled, yeah.
Mont Blanc was doing his best. Mont Blanc was trying to chase down J Herbo. Unfortunately, a little overextended there, and Mont Blanc also chasing into a minion wave.
Yeah.
Not ideal. J Herbo able to kite it out, take down Mont Blanc, and then Panda overextended again and gets caught out. So Bramble able to turn what looked like, what I thought would be a disaster of a fight for them into a 3-for-2 in their favor.
Yeah,
and we are seeing the Dragon coming up here in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, the Dragon coming up here soon will be the Cloud Soul. Not too impactful on the map here for either team, but Yeah, like you're talking about, Sasha with the Flash R missing Mind's Desire in that last fight was so huge for Krugs. And I mean, I think the pog of that fight was Chloe Cat's Ignite onto the Silas, prevented him from healing off that Kane Slayer as much as he would have wanted to, and we were able to burn him down before he could really start to ramp up in that fight.
We are seeing Mind's Desire has now completed the three components, the three full components for the
Demonic Embrace.
whatever his second item is going to be, presumably Demonic Embrace. He's sitting on 300 gold, so I think he still has. I think it's like 1,200 to upgrade, something like that. So
It's
about
either
1,000
nine
away
or
from,
1,200, yeah,
second
something
item.
like that. Yeah, not a super huge expert in all these new items and their price points yet.
But Pickle Popper now 4-0-4 on a 10-stack Dark Seal. He does have the Oblivion Orb for the heal cut, and
the stopwatch, crucially.
Pickle's massive right now.
Yeah, Orange TP coming down. Bramble want this dragon. Honestly, I think that Quicksilver Sasha should just be... Oh, gets onto the Annie and a 3-man Curse of the Sad Mummy, but nobody actually ends up falling. The rest of the team wasn't really close enough to deal damage. Jay Herbo going to die almost immediately in this fight. Pickle Popper taking the kill onto Grandma Nut. But this fight's looking pretty good for Krugs. Pickle Popper actually popping off. Montblanc still full HP. Chloe Cat's going in. Nolak super low. Pickle Popper still full HP. On the back of the fight, gets a triple kill. Actually just doing so much damage on this Nico. A few more abilities. Has the triple kill. Let's see if he can get the penta. Doesn't quite get the kill.
Montblanc.
Quadra kill. Oh, he could not
Was
find
maybe
that
trying
skill
to give up his
shot.
life to save his boy Rain Freeze there. I don't know.
Holy shit, Pickle Popper.
But yeah, Pickle is just sitting there untouched. I actually didn't see, was Mind's Desire caught up in the Curse of the Sad Mummy?
Mind's Desire, I believe, was caught up in the Curse of Sad Mummy. Looks like we have a DC from Jay Herbo. Paul's going to come through. But yeah, I believe it was a 3-man ultimate from Sasha.
Yeah, I saw that Sasha Flash ulted, or at least queued onto the Annie, I think. Bandage tossed on the Annie. And I saw that Annie and Sedge were caught up in the ult. And if it's just those two targets, I actually don't love it.
I know it was 3, so I don't know if the third one was Silas. It
assume
wouldn't
it
have been
was
Covered
Silas
Panda,
then,
so it was definitely Silas. But yeah, then, I mean, but it was a little early from Sasha, right? But it ended up looking pretty good for Krugs. But Pickle Popper showing the mid-diff this game.
Pickle Popper just, like unabated to the quarterback there. Like nobody touched him. He was at full health the entire fight.
I looked back. I'm like, looks good for Krugs. Then Pickle Popper quadra kill.
Dark Seal. And like with his completed mythic, like dude was just pouring down the damage there in that fight.
Yeah. Insane. Really was close to that penta. Pretty unlucky that he couldn't get it, honestly. The skill shot was just one Teemo away from killing Rain Freeze. Did get the quadra though, and honestly, looking like a year of the pickle.
Yeah,
Dude's
and
looking
so Ribbon
nutty.
Bonks is pointing out that the Silas stole the Nautilus ult. And then there was a bunch of layered CC onto Jay Herbo. So no one had damage on Silas when he got caught up in the Amumu R. Oh, okay. So Rippin' Box is talking about why Silas lived.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I wonder if maybe the Silas still had cooldown on stealing Amumu's ult. And I actually wonder, I think it might be better to take Nico ult there. I don't know. It's hard to say, but you got to think that Silas can get into can feasibly get into those fights.
Yeah.
The pop time could be a bit annoying on Silas, but I think it's worth it there to take Nico over Nautilus.
Yeah, plus the shielding you get too, right?
Yeah.
Just on top of the heals
And like
that
the
you get from
AoE
the W.
CC.
Mm-hmm.
Although the CC doesn't, I mean the CC is good for sure, but it doesn't do a ton for you because you have like a burst mage mid, and a Senna. So
Oh, looks like Jay
later
Herbo is back.
later on, Nico ult can definitely be extremely valuable. I still think it is valuable, but they just need time for the Senna to start stacking a little bit.
Yes.
Need to also be very on point with, you need Grandma Nut to step up here and be able to lock down either Pickle Popper or Jay Herbo with stun tibbers and like nuke them. Because if those things don't happen, then the Krugs are going to be very hard pressed to get an advantage in any of these fights.
Absolutely. So we'll see if they choose to do that. It looks like Jay Herbo is now reconnected. We will see if he's getting back here anytime soon.
We see some readies. We see some Rs.
See some R's. All right,
We see
game is
some
resuming.
Slash unpause. Send it. Adalma 2020.
Doma 2020, indeed.
And Pickle Popper very happy to take away that blue buff, but Mine's Desire, he hit the turbos. He was coming in hot. And I think we're going to have another...
a repeat here of this dragon fight.
Gas fight here. Yeah.
Crucially, Silas's ultimate is available, but Amumu and Orn's are not. And neither is Nautilus.
Well,
Silas has the option to take
yoink
one.
an ult and get in there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you really don't want Silas to be engaging these. And this is also one of the harder things about Rec League. Is that...
Nolak just walking straight at the enemy team. The rest of the team getting on the back line, though. Sasha getting stunned up. Nolak literally just standing in the middle of them. Chris has had Mummy onto 3 members, but nobody's falling yet. Rainfreeze unstoppable. Gets the kill onto Sasha, who just went a little too soon. But Jay Herbo firing in the back line. Jay Herbo going absolutely massive here, doing so much damage. Gets locked down by Rainfreeze, but ends up getting the kill onto Ornn, actually. And jumping back in is Jay Herbo. The hook should be available on Nautilus soon. You have to think Grandma Nut's not going to be able to make it out here. Does get the hook down. Ultimate went down as well. A little bit of overkill there from Chloe Katz and crew, but going to take that dragon as Jay Herbo pushes the mid lane out, and that's an ace for Brambleback.
That is a 5-for-1. And that fight I thought that fight looked good, like decent at least for Krugs.
Yeah, they just couldn't kill the Tristana.
It looked like that was a really solid Tibbers, locking up like 3 or 4 people, but I'm not sure if it actually stunned. And Grandma Nut is a little behind, so not quite as much damage as I anticipated.
Yeah.
One thing that I do want to touch upon, though, is that, like, more Rec Leagues type stuff, it's often that we see some of, like, the lower elo players on, like, the main engage type stuff, but those folks don't always see the engages that some of the higher elo folks do. So while, like, Mine's Desire might see an open window, it's very scary for him to actually take that window if his teammates don't take it for him, right?
Exactly.
Because Mine's Desire can go in, but if his team isn't like on point with him immediately, like he can just get blown up.
Yeah.
And you know, it can start to get a bit worrisome if like you're like, hey guys, we have these opportunities, like go in. But if perhaps Rainfreeze isn't quite seeing it or somebody else, like it's really hard to, you know, I mean, Bramble are showing that like, hey, like you got to execute. We are seeing Jay Herbo just get one tap by Grandma Nut.
Ignite auto attack will do it. Grandma
The
Nut
0-4
going to get taken
and just
out
one
by
tapping
Pickle
Herbo.
Popper on the backside, rooting up Rainfreeze, who's going to end up falling here as well. You have to think. Does flash, but should... Oh, the nice max range bandage toss from Sasha secures the kill for Pickle Popper. And if I am Brambleback, I am maybe looking at Baron here. You have the Leandries on the Nico.
Yep, Baron time. It's Baron time.
Tristana's dead, but I honestly think you can do it.
But, so this is another situation of unfamiliar with the champion. I mean, we can take that with one person right now. Instead, Pickle Popper opting to go to the bottom lane, but Amumu and Nico definitely could have taken the Baron there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you don't need your 80 carry to do Baron. That is a myth propagated by the Leandri salesman. Does not want you taking Baron with Leandri's, but you know, it is what it is. Silas stepping forward. Mine's Desire going in, honestly, with the Amumu ultimate. Might just actually end up popping this here. Gets the Sen ultimate too on top of that, but might be in a bad spot. But Nala trying to come in and assist. Might just be walking to his own death as Annie is here. Mine's Desire healing for so much. Chloe getting super low. Mine's Desire taking that kill. Continuing to chase.
Getting caught out on the backside.
Panda doesn't get caught out. Jay Herbo instantly blows him up. Rainfreeze now cannot really fight their Tristana. Can walk in him, but just going to take some auto attacks to the face. And the double kill for Jay Herbo. Kind of the story of the two teams here. Jay Herbo versus Mine's Desire. And who can carry harder as we see Mont Blanc go in with the Leona, but gets knocked up. Nico ultimate comes down and just takes him out. The shutdown gold from the Ornn going on to Mine's Desire, but the rest of the team kind of chasing here. Jay Herbo a little bit low. Don't know if he actually wants to chase the Silas down. A little scary. And Pickle Popper giving him
we're seeing some vulnerability here from the Krugs. We saw, it's actually kind of, you know, hate to harp on Elo, but we saw that, the Diamond and Platinum players were actually on one side of the map, and then the Gold and Silver player were on the other side. And Rainfreeze and Panda, actually, wait. No, Panda got cut out. I take that back. I take back what I said. But we did see that there were 3 people on the left side of the map and 2 on the right, and split fight not ideal, especially when there's like a 9-0 and 9, I think at the time, Nico coming in hot. Or maybe it was 9-0 and 10, but Pickle's now sitting on 11-0 and 10, 21 KP out of 25. By my plebeian math, that's like 84% KP. That's
84%
insane. And we're now seeing a 5.5k gold lead on Nico over Annie. You know, unfortunately, we just haven't been seeing Grandma Nut have as much success on Annie this game that he has in the previous games. And
Teleport.
Krugs team's lacking a ton of damage now.
Nico ultimate coming down right on top of the teleport, and Mont Blanc gonna be able to take out Pickle Popper with the rest of the team, as we see Covert Panda in the backline, not super touched, but Mind's Desire is super low. Sasha doing a lot of damage. J Herbo just popping off, jumps right on top of Covert Panda to get the kill, gets the reset with the jump, and should be able to take that kill as well. And that is an ace for 2 for the side of
And I think this time
Bramble.
they will actually take the Baron.
80 carries alive, so they can take Baron, right, boys?
There
so
is
now they're going
some
in.
solace for the Krugs in knowing that they just threw 1,000 gold onto Annie, and Pickle's still been worth 900 on his next death. Is insane. But I mean, it's now they're down 3 dragons. They're down a Baron. They're going to be down, unbeknownst to them, they'll be down 8k gold.
They're going to be down an 80 carry if he doesn't start dodging these Baron skill shots here for the Tristana.
This is going to be a quick reset, and they're just going to bomb at the drag for the air soul and another fight. Honestly, if I am the Krugs, I'm not taking a full-on 5v5 for this soul. I will give the soul and just try and pick off one person.
Absolutely,
maybe.
especially Clown Soul.
Yeah,
like there's
I mean,
no
honestly,
point.
I think I would just farm the jungle at this point and leave. Just try and get the experience you can, but looks like they're posturing around here.
Yeah, they are. and
Maybe
I don't
try
think they should be.
a nice good old bushwhack with this Annie. I'd love to see a bushwhack here, but
He's in the bush. The whack is not yet available. It's
yes,
almost.
please, you do not whack the Ornn. You can't nuke an Ornn.
And Pickle Popper takes the dragon with his ultimate, just doing so much work. Mind's Desire not able to carry through that fight. Isn't able to pick up any kills. J Herbo jumping into the middle of the team with almost no HP, just kind of throwing his life away, but it doesn't matter. That's an ace for 1. J Herbo sending him off to the enemy base with his blessing.
Another Bud Light ace, another 5 for 1, dude. Like
5 for 1, looking
yeah,
insane.
Yeah, it's miscommunication there. You know, we saw some folks, like 3 or 4 of the Krugs folks in the Dragon Pit. We saw Annie waiting for the nice bushwhack, but you can't bushwhack a level 13 Ornn on a 3 and 6 Annie.
You cannot.
You know, no MR built yet. You're just raw damage, raw AP. You got to be going. This Annie has to stun either Nico or Trist, or you're gonna lose.
I'm curious why they didn't take that inhibitor there. I'm not sure if their thought is they don't want to give a wave of super minions for Krugs to farm, but at this point of the game, I don't think that's as much of a detriment to your team as it is maybe like 6-7 minutes ago. So
yeah. And we are seeing now Covert Panda fall to 1 and 8, Mont Blanc to 2 and 8. So, you know, like this is a kind of a role reversal from last game, at least for the bot lane. So
yeah,
J Herbo and Chloe a combined 14, 8, and 32. 32 assists combined between the bot lane.
that's insane.
But honestly, like I don't think it can be stated enough how well Pickle Popper has played this game. But Herbo's jumping.
Herbo. And takes the kill with just the bomb on like 20% HP.
The double charge bomb or something.
That's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
This Tristana looking unstoppable, honestly.
But Pickle just playing out of his mind this game. Love to see it.
Yeah, the dude's actually popping off. He said, not like this. We're not going down without a fight. We got to make a statement in this game too, and he really has. Ever since that play where he forced the flash onto his clone in the mid lane, he's just been straight dumpstering.
Well, it's not. It's like they forced the flash and
the ultimate. Yeah, that was
the flash.
That's
is
a rec
is
top 5
the
play.
huge part, but like, oh no.
Yeah, we see Silas now having that Nico ultimate available.
And we
Something
are
we touched on.
Zabel, we are seeing a bounty on all 5 Bramble members right now.
Maybe a big brain play out of Krugs, honestly, to just put bounties on all 5 of Bramble. That way when you ace them, you just get so much extra gold.
I mean, you know, Zabel, if I'm the Krugs right now, I'm playing for Elder and Elder only. That is the only hope they have.
Yeah.
Let's see. So still about 3.5 minutes away. I don't know. They might not.
Demonic Embrace on Sejuani. And we see the Nico ultimate coming down from Mind's Desire, doing a lot of damage, actually. Pickle Popper popping the Zion just to try to live, but the Curse of the Sad Mummy coming out, able to take out Annie. Silas still alive, but gets rooted up and stunned down. Does pop the stopwatch to try to live here, but is ignited. The Grievous Wounds will end up taking him out. Mont Blanc falling as well. And the tower going to end up taking out Quicksilver
for
Sasha.
3, that's a victory. Only the top lane tank and the support alive. That's a victory.
Wet Noodle Boys, I think they can honestly just be pushing the Nexus towers and ending the game right now, but they're opting to go for the inhibitor for whatever
so,
reason.
Again, and, in that last fight, it was like kind of what I was talking about engage-wise. Mind's Desire had to engage that himself on Silas, and that's not ideal, right? You want to see your Leona or your Sejuani get in there first. But Daddy Desire had to do it himself. They were able to take out Nico, which was their target, but at the price of Mind's Desire's life and very shortly after Grandma Nut's life. They're still alive, so I think Baron should be just about up if it's not, or like worn off. Okay, it's already worn off. So no more Baron. We've lost 2 inhibs, still have both Nexus turrets, and we're looking at 2 minutes until Elder. I think they make it these last 2 minutes. Right now, if I am Bramble, I'm going the 5-man top.
Oh yeah.
And take at least this tier 2 turret, and then maybe dance around the inhib turret for a little bit. Probably take a reset, and then just bomb it to Elder.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a pretty cut and dry execution here for Brambleback. There's not a lot they really have to do on the map right now. The map's going to do the work for them in the mid and bot lane. Can maybe look for picks inside of the jungle. Looks like they're opting to push forward and get some aggressive vision control now to try to get something like that happening. As
good news is
looking for the 1v1 on the Mind's Desire. I don't think he actually takes this. He does, but ends up falling himself as well. So a 1-for-1 with honestly the tail of the game here. Both of these carries for respective teams going at it.
Because theoretically, well, okay, theoretical and practical are not the same thing. Yeah.
Theoretically and practically, Mind's Desire is the only carry right now for Krugs, and you lose one of yours for Brambleback. You're okay with that for taking fights in the future because you still have Nico available.
Yeah, I mean, giving away Baron's fine. It's not important. Like Elder is all that matters.
Nullark left out. Single Null yet again. Left out of the blast cone. Has to walk it on
and he's
by himself.
The emote, yeah. If anybody's looking for a nice thick single top laner, Nullark is available. Slide into his DMs. I'm sure you'd love it.
Slide into his DMs. Blast cone him the opposite direction of yourself. It's actually his kink, so.
And yeah, this is. I think we're. Forgot to say it earlier, but I think we've been in a preserved mental state for quite some time now for the
Krugs. Yeah, we touched on that a lot for Brambleback, but it's definitely the case right now for Krugs in this game.
It's been time. It's been preserved mental time for quite a while.
A 3-level lead in the mid lane.
Yeah.
2-level lead on the bot lane. It's just Elder Dragon with Baron on top of that. 2 inhibitors down. I think Bramble honestly can just push this one straight up to mid or top and just end it here.
Death March down the mid lane, although I would still say Death March top lane, especially since they do have a cannon wave coming in, but
yeah,
you know.
They're going to do it in classic Bramble style.
It does not matter. A nice principled player would wait for this super minion to come in from bot lane.
Yeah, we see the Ornn upgrade going on to, I'm not sure who that was.
It looks like, so the Tristana is upgraded, and Pickle Popper is also upgraded. So both carries are upgraded.
Okay. Who was that upgrade onto then?
Nope. Grandma Nut did not blow the stun on the clone that time.
Oh, Quicksilver Sasha, the big ultimate, Nautilus ultimate going down into Mind's Desire, going to die almost instantly. As the rest of the team fighting, Grandma Nut getting rooted up, will end up dropping. Double kill for Pickle Popper. Now Rain Free's going to end up falling as well. Leona ultimate onto the team, gets 3 actually, but Sasha just in the mix with the bandage toss, doing so much damage with that Amumu and the Elder.
Wow, look at that, Zabel. Another 5-for-1.
Another 5-for-1 with J Herbo dying, the constant sacrificial lamb for his team, the legendary player himself, J Herbo and Brambleback, taking game number 2, tying the series at 1-1, and taking it to a game 3.
And that is a 35 KP Nico with 2 deaths.
Actually disgusting.
Wow. Yo TP, anyone?
Actually disgusting performance out of Pickle Popper.
Any Yo TPers out there?
Any truthers out there? But yeah, with that, I mean, dominant performance out of Brambleback. I'm really excited to see what they bring out for Game 3. Both these teams are looking very, very intense. And honestly, a stomp one way and then a stomp the other way, doesn't that like mathematically mean that Game 3 has to be really close? Isn't that how that works?
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah,
That's how that works.
It sure does mathematically.
That's just science. Like,
There's, yeah, theory and practice are different, but theory says yes, they're equal.
theory says they're equal. Well, stick around, everybody. We'll find out whether or not Valib's science proves to be true for game number 3, Krugs versus Brambleback. Gonna send it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. And muted. Alrighty, boys, and we are back. Had some minor technical difficulties, but here we go, and we are ready to get into lobby for Game 3, Krugs versus Bramble. Going to be a hype one, and if Neil's science is correct, we're going to see a close, contested match between these two titans of the Rec League.
This is, dude, I don't know what to expect Game 3.
Yeah. I think both teams kind of like learned what the other one's going to try to do in the game. And I think, I'm hoping that we're going to see some adaptations come out to that regard for both squads.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but it might have been some overconfidence maybe from Krugs in Game 2. Potential, I don't want to say lack of respect, but maybe like
just feeling themselves from Game 1 a little bit.
Yeah, because they were like smashing so hard Game 1 that they may have been like, whatever, like we can give a little bit early game. We'll still clap them, team fight better, lane better, that type of stuff. But
that
didn't happen. So we saw Bramble able to recover very well. And I mean, honestly, like going into Game 3, I think the momentum's definitely in Bramble's favor, right? Because I mean, they smashed in the last game, so they're coming in on a high. But we also got to realize that now the Krugs do have blue side, so they will get first pick on any priority pick. And if the idea last draft was to pick a Mumu so the other team couldn't have it, well, you don't have that option now. And let's not forget that it was Bramble who had side select, and they chose red side.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I would prefer blue side here. Just kind of seeing how these teams have been going, because I think that getting the Grandma Nut and Rain Freeze onto something they're comfortable with is very important.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think I also think one change that I would make if I was the Krugs is that I actually would take Malzahar in phase 1 here, draft phase 1 here. He's been solid on Annie previously, but hate to say it, Grandma Nut, but unfortunately that wasn't your game last game, and I think you also know that, so I don't feel bad in saying it. Looked cleaner on the Malz, and I mean Malzahar is in a very healthy spot right now with Liandry's Anguish and that type of stuff, so I think it might be worth giving Grandma Nut the priority pick here. Maybe not first pick, but at least second or third pick. I would pick mid lane here.
Yeah,
if Malz is available.
Yeah, and that's the kind of laner that like a player like Pickle Popper will hate to play against because he wants to abuse the elo discrepancy in the mid lane against Grandma Nut. And if you just play a champion like Malzahar, who just forces you to not interact with him by just auto pushing the wave without having to get super close to it and just kind of walking away or roaming, that's very frustrating for someone who wants to interact with you.
Yep. And Darth Ted bringing up a good point as well. Malzahar not only offers like the lockdown utility and perhaps easier champion to execute than Malzahar, but Darth Ted pointing out the spell shield on Malz is actually quite valuable. Can really help a lot against someone like Pickle Popper if you let your guard down.
Yeah.
So it's a little get out of jail free card in a sense there sometimes.
Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, so we're just seeing if the players are ready here. Looks like Bramble is ready, waiting on Krugs to hit the R, and then we'll send the champ select. And yeah, I expect a lot of those adaptations that we're touching on to end up happening, Neil. But I've been proven wrong before with teams just continuing to ban the same things or pick the same things, regardless of what might be optimal for them.
So I'm expecting Bramble to ban a Mumu and Kale here. I mean, Pickle's shown a penchant for not wanting to play against Galio for some reason, so maybe they ban it again. Not what I would ban, but sure. And actually, no, you have to ban Samira. Dude, it's time for Galio to go. You cannot ban Galio anymore.
Yeah, I hard agree.
So no more Galio ban. Samira, Kale, and then if you want to ban a Mumu, sure.
I love how we're just telling them what to ban. It'd be hilarious if they're just watching, be like, all right, you said Samira.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, maybe I shouldn't say that.
All right, so this is exactly what they have to do. Bramble, are you ready? These are the beds you have to...
Then if I'm Krugs, I'll take away the Hecarim. Then what else? Sasha played Sejuani. That's fine. Leave her on Sej. Could consider a Nico ban. Consider a Tristana ban. I mean, if Jay Herbo wants to run back that Swain, I'm more than happy to let him do it.
please play this Swain.
All right, so we're seeing Hecarim and Samira taken away. Asterisk saying definitely a Nico ban. We're seeing Shen ban. Okay, I like that too. I like it. Shen and Kale both gone. And Daddy Desire is in the tank here. He's thinking, now what?
Yeah.
What would Valib do?
What would Valib do in this
What would
situation?
Valib do?
We heard him tell us what to ban, but he hasn't said what we want to pick, so
Hey,
I'm really
little
struggling.
Asterisk, Nico. And let's see, Nullark. What would Valib do? Wow.
Interesting. And they take the Galio, so Brambleback, that has to be like maybe a low-key tilter. If you've been banning it the entire time from the side of Brambleback, and then you don't ban it in the one game and they pick it, now you're kind of feeling like, shit, we gave him the Galio.
Pickle Popper definitely just uttered / shrieked a couple expletives, I'm sure.
Yeah. But like, come on, do you show that kind of performance on a champion like Nico and you're scared of playing against the Galio? Like, get it together, man. You're the pickle. You got to step up.
Ornn is, or null, single Null is running back the Ornn. Okay.
I like it. A comfort pick for him, for sure.
Yeah, but we also saw Daddy Desire have his way with it.
We did, but honestly, that's going to happen regardless.
True.
I mean,
you're
like,
right.
no flame,
You're
but that's going to happen regardless. Mine's Desire probably going to end up coming out on top in that lane, and they take the Malzahar and then
And Yo TP opting for the Malzahar. I'm not sure if Malz is a Yo TP pick, but we'll take it. If I'm Krugs, I'm actually happy to see Pickle on Malzahar. I think Malzahar can terrorize one person quite well, but it's harder for Malz to terrorize 5 people. Whereas a Nico can terrorize 5 people. Oh, yes. Daddy Desire, yes.
Yes.
Camille, yes. And I guarantee you, Nullark is not happy right now. At all.
Yeah. No.
Although, actually, I was going to say they could flex Camille mid, but they locked in the Leona already, so never mind. I was like, Galio support, Camille mid, no. This will be a Grandma Nut on Galio, Mind's Desire on Camille, Mont Blanc on Leona, and a Vayne locked in for Jay Herbo. A Vayne, okay. I actually really liked the Tristana pick. I thought Tristana did very well.
I did too.
Fit Bramble's bot lane's objective very well because Trist offers so much push that it's very hard for Covert Panda and Mont Blanc to gain an experience advantage. And we've seen a lot of the Krugs bot lane's lead come off of an experience advantage. So you're opting for something more vulnerable on the Vayne, but I mean, Herbo's feeling himself. We'll see if he's still feeling himself in 20 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, to pair with this Vayne, and Krugs might sniff this one out in the ban phase, I would like to pick a Morgana, and they're okay. I was literally, okay. I'll just never talk again, I guess.
Nope. They're listening, Zabel. You can't speak.
Yeah, I mean, Morgana would have been so sick, but I mean, there's still options to pair with the Vayne in the bot lane. So, I mean, we'll see what they choose to do. Probably won't see... Okay, so they're saving jungle for the last pick.
Yep. I like it. I think it... I mean, as a jungler, I agree.
As a jungler, I approve and agree.
But no, honestly, it makes sense here, right? Like, you don't need your counter pick on your support. You've already shown your ADC. You know who their support is. Exactly. Yes, I like the Kai'Sa.
Oh,
yes.
God, no. Why?
You say God no? Dude, I like it. It's stronger early game than a Senna.
Isn't Kai'Sa like the worst AD carry in the game right now?
Not in this patch.
Not in this patch? The patch changed that?
Yeah, Kai'Sa's playable now.
So we got the dive buddies. We literally have their entire team can dive into the back
Oh, yeah.
line of Brambleback.
There it
Actually,
is.
I like that.
Dude, and yeah, this Nocturne, like, dude, there's big gangbang potential here from
Ooh, Kane.
the Krugs and Kane.
That is some
Okay,
scaling.
Sasha, I really like that pick. I like the pick as long as your laners don't turbo in.
Yeah.
So maybe I don't like it. Well, as a jungler, I like it, but
I mean, I don't really see the Malzahar turbo inting into a Galio.
Malzahar should not turbo in.
with the 2v2 that they have with the Nocturne.
And you also know you're playing into a Nocturne, right? So it should be a should
pretty
should be a slower early game.
Emphasis on should.
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll see.
And honestly, Kane should be able to really just have a pretty easy time farming in this game here to red form, which I assume is what she's going to go here for Sasha.
It would be an int not to go red.
It would be a big int not to go red. And you have the melee top, mid, and jungle on the side of Krugs. So honestly, if I don't see an 8-minute red form out of Sasha, I'm reporting to Riot Games, because that's something that you should definitely be.
We're gonna have Brian the Broken have a stern talking with Sasha here if she goes blue.
Yeah. Well, not even if she goes blue. If you don't get red by 8 minutes, I'm gonna be timing it.
Okay,
got a
8 minutes. Yep.
little red timer here for Sasha.
We'll set Zabel on it then. That's your task.
Bet.
A very stern talking to.
Very stern.
But only after you play them, right? Or wait,
Yes.
no, you play. No, you play the.
We play.
Never mind, you play the
Romp
next
or Scuttle.
or
Yeah.
the next set. Yeah. Okay. So Air plays the loser of this game.
I think.
Or any Air
Krugs
folks
has
out there.
The better comp right now says asterisk 918. I mean, I don't really think that there's much of a difference between how these two comps, would like to fight, other than the fact that Krugs is going to be diving the backline super hard. Should be pretty similar in how these fights end up playing out, as far as the AD carries being the primary damage dealers on the teams.
Dude, if I'm Jay Herbo right now, this is like Chuckles, I'm in danger.
Yeah, seriously.
But like knowing Herbo, he probably doesn't realize that, and he's like, oh, this is fine.
But also, like, Vayne's
We're
the
good,
180
dude. Let him
carry
come
you
to
would
me, I'll
want.
kill him. I guarantee you he's thinking that. But as a not Jay Herbo person, for me, this Vayne is a Chuckles, I'm in danger.
Yeah.
And it's there's just the amount of time is nuts. Oh man. And also, like, not to mention the snowball potential is insane for Mind's Desire here. He's already seen what Nalak has to offer on this Ornn from game 2, and I think he's diagnosed the weaknesses or the opportunities, and he's like, all right, I'm just gonna clap him, single null, I'm gonna clap you. That's what Daddy Desire's thinking right now. Asterisk saying bot lane is going to come down to sup diff. If Chloe plays like she did game 1, they're getting stomped. Well, I mean, I don't think it's only sub diff. I think sub diff is a huge part of it. I think the supports, just in the current meta, supports have a very big influence on bot lane. But I mean, the ADC still have to do their part. So, if sure, supports can swing the lane, but the ADCs can also swing it if they're if they're doing stupid stuff. Like, you're gonna lose. They need to respect the Leo, says Darth Ted. I agree. I think they already know what's coming though, like at least what the Krugs bot lane's plan is. So, yep, that's correct. Asterisk and Brian, yep. If I'm Sasha, where am I? What am I thinking? So you gotta expect Sasha to want to play solo lane focus here. Top mid, Nocturne can do whatever he wants, really.
Yeah,
I mean, I think it makes most sense to play either of the side lanes. You seemingly have an okay matchup in mid, although I mean, YoTP is you have Galio, who's like pretty darn nice into like Malzahar, but you can't sleep on the fact that Malzahar Kane can one-shot you in the span of like about a second and a half if you don't respect post level 6. So Pickle's very good at kind of lulling people into a sense of safety sometimes. I think you gotta change scene. Nice.
Yeah, I did.
Almost
The camera's bugged out on me for no reason, so that's fine. Love to see it.
Do we need to restart Zoom, or are we?
I might be able to actually. Hold on, do that real quick. I did not minimize the application.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
All right, and we're back.
Hello. Can you
Yeah,
hear
for some reason, yes, I can hear you. Some reason, even when you don't touch the application window at all, the cameras just stop working. I know Darth had saying you might have minimized it. That is something that happens when you minimize it, but sometimes it just happens anyway.
So don't
which is
minimize the forehead.
Yeah, didn't minimize it. Sometimes it just happens regardless, but
Zable, what game time do you have?
I'm at 121, 22, 23. What about you?
Should be about good. We're again seeing
130.
no action from the bot lane. Herbo looking to get the early push here on bot, going for the early level 2. Also to be expected with Kayn, typically starting at Raptors.
Yeah.
Solo. Nocturne leaving his red side open and pathing to his blue side, okay. Perhaps a little scared of getting invaded by Sasha, or wanting to maybe level 3 this Orin top.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, how do you expect this top lane match to play out? I mean, I know Orin's pretty good at dodging a lot of what Camille wants to do with her CC, but
I'm expecting Mind's Desire to be godlike.
Yeah.
Man's gonna hit that 7-0.
You think so?
Yeah. We Mind Desire has already seen.
Ooh, level 2 early for bot lane. Montblanc going in. J Herbo getting super low. No sums burned, aside from the ignite on Montblanc.
But I mean, this Kaisa still has the health pot.
Yeah.
Vayne's chugging theirs, and
that's a one trade for Krugs.
Then this is kind of we are seeing Sasha go top lane here.
Good amount of damage getting put down onto my Desire. Rain Freeze here as well, though. It's actually not looking good for Sasha as we pan back to the top lane. For some reason, directed camera took me off of that, but
Mind Desire trying to go big galaxy brain. They're flashing to try and kill the Kayn, but Sasha took a different path. A bit of a gamble there. So that does cost Mind Desire his flash, but I mean he should be able to crash this wave here and take a reset.
Yeah, we just see the annoying Malzahar push in the mid lane.
Rainfree is fortunately, I guess, not too familiar with Kayn's normal pathing. Spending some time in the topside jungle here looking for camps, but those are all gone, buddy. He will come in here to mid lane on Pickle, just gonna pop the shield, say, say his greetings, and head to top Crab.
Yeah, honestly, latest Crab takes NA that I've ever seen. Now 345 for both Crabs being taken. Junglers had a large priority on fighting in that top side, and
would love to see Rainfreeze go back to Raptors here. You should know that those are available.
Looks like he's going to hover around mid lane here instead. Looking for a gank on the Pickle Popper.
Yep. But Montblanc's going aggro.
Montblanc going hard in the bot lane. Gets ignited now. Actually, a lot of damage down to him. Has the flash available. J Herbo might flash forward. No, doesn't end up opting to do that.
Also going aggro.
Yeah. Yeah, J Herbo and Clovey Cat's getting the better of these trades here.
And
right
Rainfree is wasting a ton of time here. He's been wandering around quite a bit. You gotta, you're now behind an XP to this Kayn.
Yeah. And I believe still his level 1 Raptors and Krugs.
His whole red side is still level 1. Meanwhile, Sasha is on her. She'll complete this blue side, and then she'll have all of her camps.
And she's well on her way to level 5.
Yep.
After this wolf, going to be about 3/4 of the way there. And yeah, so that's Nocturne pretty behind tempo right now, and
yep. And we are seeing Chloe and Jay here having a bit of a freeze, so kind of a scary spot for Mont Blanc and Cobra Panda. Sasha is hovering, knowing that it's a good time to gank.
Opts to take the recall on a much slower game, Valid, in this game 3. It's kind of what we expected to see.
Yeah.
Both teams knowing that this is, you know, make or break for their winner's bracket run.
Well, actually, I would argue it's faster than I
Hook
expected.
in the bot lane onto Mont Blanc. The flay from Thresh after the flash, and the kill should be going to Vayne. They end up giving it over, but a kill from Cobra Panda almost coming through onto Sasha. A nice timed heal out of Jay Herbo will save
That heal and that
Quicksilver
triumph.
Sasha.
Oh my. Well, the heal definitely was a saving grace there, but the triumph then kicking in afterward, that was nuts.
Yeah, that was insane amount of
Really
survivability.
unfortunate.
Feels really bad if you're Covert Panda there, not picking up that kill.
Oh, yeah.
But only one kill on the map so far on to Brambleback, a 0-1 on the scored line around 6 minutes in. Is slower than the previous games, but also, like you were saying, maybe a little bit faster, a little more action than we expected, especially a level 2 and 3 jungle fight top lane.
And Nolak now popping 6. Sasha's in the area, but the squad is here.
Ooh, this
Action
combo
is coming,
impossible to
Nolak.
escape from,
Rain
but
freeze.
also possible to escape from for Grandma Nut, who just ults in right into the tower and just straight up dies to the CC combo and tower damage from Brambleback. And I don't really like that play out of Krugs.
I
It's a little
also
forced.
don't like that play. Looks like they try to force a little bit too hard. Maybe, I don't know if it's lack of communication, lack of familiarity with the champs or what, but that ain't it, fam.
That ain't a fam at all. It was a lack of something, and it definitely showed.
Yeah, there were some lacks, I agree. But I mean, Sasha is cruising compared to Rain Freeze, at least. Rain Freeze wasted a ton of time early on, and Krugs are paying the price for it.
Yeah, Sasha will hit level 6. A couple camps before Nocturne will.
Do we have the 8-minute red form, Sable? Or do we need
know
a
what?
stern speaking?
I don't believe we're going to have the 8-minute red form. You know, it's gonna be close.
Zable's on the case.
I unfortunately cannot tell in the spectator client how close she is. I'll just be able to tell if it's not there. Actually, I won't be able to because she might just not base when she has it.
Oh,
so.
true. And we are seeing now Herbo up 2 full waves of CS and a kill. So seeing a nice garage sale of items here for the Vayne. Rainfree still only on level 5.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
He should be getting pretty close. Needs about one more camp or a few creeps taxed off the mid lane XP. But taking these Raptors will give that Nocturne level 6. And we'll have to see where he's going to take that first all-important ultimate for the Nocturne. Is that first one that you use. You want to try to net an advantage with that.
Gotta expect it to be most likely bot lane, I think.
I honestly wouldn't mind seeing him ult top lane onto the flashless Ornn.
That is true, but I think Mind's Desire can deal with him on his own. And the thing is if you go top, you're giving away Dragon. So
You're giving away Dragon, but I mean, arguably it is the first Dragon. Mont Blanc going into a Quicksilver Sasha. Nocturne ultimate coming down, but I think Kane was the target, but
okay.
jumped onto the backline instead when the rest of the team was on the Kane, and now Sasha just able to go in. Honestly, I would have just liked to see the rest of the team follow up with a dive. Mont Blanc going back in.
Yeah,
the Flay going to go through, but
Big
just misplays out of Krugs
dude,
across
I'm
the map.
sensing some tilt here, Zabel.
I would
Sensing
have to
a
agree
little,
with you.
a little panic
A little
setting in.
desperation.
Yeah. To answer your point about why okay, so we did see actually Nolak use the ult up top. Was not able to connect with Camille.
Grandma
Camille
Nut.
still does have the Hex
Doing a lot of
Cycle from
damage.
him.
Flashed forward, but didn't have any follow-up, and actually Pickle Popper was
Yo,
a
TP.
mistake to ult there, because that kept him in place. He could have kept running, but unfortunately stopped moving because he cast his ultimate, and then was still in range for a follow-up auto attack from Grandma Nut. So a misplay there out of Pickle
So we
Popper.
do see the Mountain Dragon go over to Bramble. The reason that as a Nocturne player and a Nocturne jungler in this game, you actually don't want to give away that first dragon because that's a Mountain Dragon. So that means like all of the lethality you're building is now worth less for the rest of the game.
A nice flash condemn there onto Mont Blanc from Jay Herbo, but didn't net anything. The Thresh hook didn't land, so
So everybody, all of the Bramble folks now picking up 6% armor, which
Yes.
is, sorry, 6% armor boost. So that's adding like 2 or 3 armor onto everybody, which diminishes the effectiveness of your lethality so early on in the game.
Absolutely.
And that's just, you know, that value is just going to increase. So like your lethality will just be worth less and less as people level up and keep scaling the 6%.
Do you think we'll see a pivot onto Nocturne's build, knowing that his lethality isn't going to be super good into the composition?
No, you can't, because you have to murder this vein.
That is very true.
So you're going full lethality here, and
You're
you're
all
hoping
in.
that Kaisa or somebody else can kill Ornn eventually. Because like the Nocturne's the best person to nuke Vayne here. Although you could argue that Camille is as well, but it's ideally Krugs are going to want the Nocturne to engage so that Rain Freeze is getting nuked and not Mind's Desire.
Oops, Sasha now in on the bot side, has that red form at 11 minutes, so don't know when she actually had it. Can't really confirm as they chase down.
Krugs
Cover
bot lane
Panda.
getting caught out again, just continually overextending.
Yeah.
At least a second time this game, and they're getting punished for it.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's not respecting the jungler or what. Like maybe I guess we haven't really seen the Krugs bot lane get punished like this before.
Yeah.
So maybe some overconfidence or I don't know, but I don't know what it is, but it's working, Bramble.
It's
Good
working. They got the
It's
sauce.
working. So
Bramble has the
yes, but I
sauce.
think J Herbo is still feeling himself 20 minutes later.
Ooh, phenomenal CC layering here. Mont Blanc just going to get taken out. It's so frustrating if you're the enemy
Little bit of
bot lane.
autopilot there.
Yeah, if you're the blue side bot lane here, the jungler just sticking around that long afterwards is just so annoying because you expect to just be able to walk back to lane, but knowing that's a possibility, a lot of players will hug that wall on the bottom side. As we see the Nocturne ultimate come to the top lane, the Camille stun going to come down as well. The tower aggro is getting juggled, but it's not enough. And honestly, they both have to flash away from this tower as Nullark
And
just turning on the heat. He's just chasing him down.
Nullark's on 137 armor. Like that pretty much, like that Mountain Dragon's like pretty much negating that serrated Dirk.
Yeah.
The Mountain Dragon alone is negating that serrated Dirk's lethality.
Yeah, and this is looking dire for Krugs, honestly. We liked their team comp in the draft. I know at least some people did, but I had my reservations about it. With playing into what Brambleback looks to do.
Definitely seeing some poor play here from the Krugs bot lane, but a lot of this, so Grandma Nut getting caught out eventually here.
Yeah, gets out with the heroic charge. I believe that's what that's called. Actually, I've never
Getting
fucking
chunked
idea.
out, and yeah, that is Nacho jungle anymore, Rain Freeze.
That is Nacho
And a
jungle.
lot of like this game state has been perpetuated by the time wasted early game on the Nocturne.
Justice Punch, by the way.
Sorry, say again.
Justice Punch, by the way.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like the wasted time and like not clearing the camps is really hurting the Krugs here.
Yeah.
And it's also put like the camp timing in a favorable spot for Sasha, to where she can farm her stuff and his stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking tough.
Kane's now at the point where the only person who has possibility of 1v1ing this Kane is probably Mind's Desire. But even then, I don't think it's going to happen because Sasha is going to be looking to start drinking some gore here soon.
Yep.
She's sitting on the Iron Spike Whip with nearly 1,800 gold in her pocket.
Yeah, and Gore Drinker Red Cane just feels like it was made for that champion. The animation of the Gore Drinker even looks like Red Cane's Thirsting Slash. Ross Thirsting Slash, rather.
Yeah,
Or Reaping
since
Slash?
this skin makes it green for some reason, perhaps
Yeah.
Rost. I'm still going to call it red, though.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of a misplay not going for the Odyssey Cane, but, it is what it is.
Yeah,
I'll say
yeah,
that
I
every
guess
time.
green Kane will do, but we're still going to have a stern speaking with her for not being red. We are seeing Rain Freeze now poke into the red side jungle of Sasha, and he'll be happy to see that. All of that is up, but we're seeing the hit squad come mid from bot.
Oh, they are running straight in there. Grandma Nut. Pickle Popper might have to cast the ultimate there, and they do end up casting it. Hook comes through. We'll see if we see the follow-up damage from the Vayne. Kill goes to Pickle Popper as Grandma Nut flashed in place as he was falling. Not really what you want to see, and Brambleback with another kill.
Just a really, really nice job layering the CC there. We saw the Malzahar ult go down, the Nether Grasp, getting nearly full value on that into Chloe's hook, and then full value on that, and then pair that with the Flay.
Yeah.
And Grandma not flashing
Ooh.
for the lulls, I guess. But this is
Infernal Soul.
looking very, very dire for Krugs right now.
Infernal Soul with champions like Ornn, Kayn, Malzahar, who aren't going to do like the most damage themselves, are kind of just like a lot of utility for the Vayne. In some instances, are now have the opportunity to dish out massive amounts of damage just with the Dragon Soul, proccing some of their abilities. Nocturne ultimate coming down on the bot lane, Galio ultimate coming down as well. The fear goes down, and Kai'Sa getting on top of Jay Herbo, who does end up falling. That Vayne is dead. Sasha in the wrong place right now. Gorjaka gets a massive heal, but give the kill to Leona. That's actually exact opposite of what you wanted to happen. There was ample chance for them to just give the kill to Kai'Sa, but unfortunately, it goes on to Leona, and there's a pause because I believe Covert Panda might have just broken his keyboard. So we're gonna come back to you with a keyboard update.
I think he might have
for
broken
Covert
it.
Panda.
Oh man, that was yeah. And I know you're trying your hardest to make sure they die, but gotta let up on the gas a little bit there.
Yeah.
As the support.
It was an auto attack too. Like there's no reason.
Yeah.
There's a 4v1. They're gonna die. Trust me, they're gonna die. And
Yep.
you need the gold desperately onto your carries. So a bit of a misplay there from Montblanc. Unfortunate for him. I know he's probably feeling pretty bad about that one. It's not what you want to see, especially with a shutdown. Would have been massive onto someone like the Kai'Sa, who is a crucial part of Krugs' team comp.
So like we saw kind of how that fight transpired, right? Like this is why I was saying like these nocturnals should not be used top lane.
Yeah.
You have lethality, that's an Ornn. Mind's Desire is doing just fine on his own. Like you don't need to force anything there. You don't need to Galio ult up there and give a kill to Nullark. Right now your concern is like playing around this Kai'Sa, and you have so much pick potential with Nocturne, Galio, Kai'Sa ult, and then you just like lathering the butter on top. That is Mont Blanc, just
Lathering
everybody up.
Big lathering.
And, nicely executed there. Bit of an overstay by Herbo and Chloe. Rinse and repeat. That is right, asterisk. But we cannot rinse or repeat while we are paused. So,
well, we can rinse.
No rinsing or repeating. Only lathering of the Mont Blanc butter.
Lathering of the Mont Blanc butter. Yeah, make sure if you haven't picked any up yet from the Rex shop, we have Mont Blanc butter. Get that on your table, on your family's table for Thanksgiving dinner. It's what you're gonna want. Lather it up. Wash your hands. So, Neil, let me hit you with the hard-hitting question that's never been heard before on the Rec League broadcast. If you are a Krugs fan, what can you do to come back in this game?
What can I do to come back as a Krugs fan in this game? So, I'm playing around Nocturne's ult and Galio's ult. So, Galio's ult is much longer cooldown than Nocturne. So, I'm playing around Nocturne's ult. And every time that ult is up, I'm looking to use it around Covert Panda. And I'm not taking fights unless that ult is up. So you'll have to be mindful of the timing of the next dragon, because you want that ult to be up about like 20. It kind of depends on. So everybody's level 11 right now. So like you have like a 30-second window before the next dragon spawns where you can kill somebody. So killing somebody 60 seconds before the dragon spawns with Nocturne ult is not worth for you as the Krugs. So let's see, how long until next dragon spawns?
4 minutes.
Okay, so you still have one more Nocturnal to play around, and then you may have to hold the second one, depending on the timing of dragon.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people looking at this game state right now and looking at the team compositions and, seeing a Vayne that has 3 kills in this part of the game might write off Krugs and be like, this is GG. Vayne's scaling, Kane's huge, Krugs doesn't really have a chance in this game, but they're only down 3,000 gold, Neil, and there's a lot of opportunities for them with these ultimates. Just hitting their R buttons and looking for picks like we talked about to get some parity back into the map. They got 2 shutdowns just now. Unfortunately, one of them went to the Leona, which we did touch on. Is pretty unlucky for Covert Panda, but there's a lot of opportunities for them to bring this game back. And I'd love to see them, try to flex some of their muscles here as Mind's Desire runs to the top lane, wisely backs off with that hook shot.
So we are seeing about just under a minute until Nocturne's ultimate.
Galio teleport to the top lane here to try to cut off the two tanky-ish members, but we see a teleport coming for the top lane tower from Pickle Popper, and they're just not killing anybody fast enough. My Desire is getting clapped by this Ornn.
Single Null's a thick boy.
They should not be making plays in this top lane right now, Neil. I mean, we touched on this, but
Nope. Gotta be playing around Panda here. I love that they're trying stuff out, but
keep that same energy, but redirect it.
We're gonna rechannel it. Single Null is he's not to be messed with today.
No, I mean, not especially not when your damage that you're going to be killing him with is primarily physical with the Camille. I know Galio teleported in, but Galio is sitting on one item, and that is the Hextech Rocket Bell. He's not going to be killing this Ornn. So yeah, play around the Kaisa. You still have ultimates to work with. Galio teleport is down, but his ultimate will be back up in time for the dragon. As Sasha may be in a kind of a bad spot here, honestly. The own ultimate comes down, but misses a lot of people. Mont Blanc ends up falling there, actually, as the Nocturne ultimate goes down. Not catching anybody, and Rainfree's just going to drop as well. Kane just living for so long with that Gore Drinker. And the back end of the fight, we see a triple kill for Jay Herbo, and an ace for Brambleback.
Yeah, that is... dare I say, that is the nail in the coffin. I don't think there's any coming back here.
That is most likely the proverbial nail in the coffin. That is probably almost a 10k gold lead after this tower.
18 minutes. Gotta expect... probably take Herald then reset.
Yeah.
Vayne is sitting on 2600, so... But even then, I think their lead is so big that you just take Herald here and reset.
Yeah. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. And then they can use that to maybe push down the bot lane tower, get them some Baron pressure for themselves when that comes onto the map. But yeah, not looking good here for Krugs in the least.
And we're seeing every Krugs member with a negative KD at this point, so they don't really have a win con to play toward. And that's...
Well, Grandma Nut doesn't have a negative KD. Isn't even KD.
Oh, well, sorry, I just meant kills, deaths. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I didn't say KD.
Ha, I
You're
didn't
right.
say
I didn't even say A, so what am I saying? That's KDA. And we see Nollark missing the Ornn ultimate onto Mind's Desire, hitting the knockup, just kind of slapping him around here. Quicksilver Sasha just so massive.
Rip Rain Freeze.
Yeah, Rain Freeze
not rip.
Falling there. Ooh, but
Maybe
Sasha
rip.
On the hunt.
Rip.
Just dies to the Malefic Visions anyway.
Big burns from Pickle.
These awkward looking flashes here. These players just flashed forward and didn't do anything for a second. Sasha flashed forward. There's the flash you wanted to see. And the red smite. Oh, okay.
And we are seeing another 10-stack Dark Seal here from Pickle Popper.
Meanwhile, in Krug's base, we have the Super Minion.
Perhaps I have to retract my statement about Mal's not being a YoTP type champ.
Yeah, it kind of seems like he is.
But
hey, he's kind of doing it.
Yeah. Well, for sure, a lot of it's been perpetuated by, Sasha.
Jungle pressure, yeah. It's easy to look good.
The other 4 players, but yeah. I mean, Bramble's just, they're firing on all cylinders today.
They are absolutely
well, maybe not today, but the last game and this game, yes.
Well, you need a little kickstart to get your engine going.
Yeah, game 1's a warm-up.
Yeah. But I mean, not to knock Krugs, because they've looked so strong in this series. It's just they have game states that are moderately favorable, where they can try to kind of halt the pace of the game, play around what they want to play around, and look to kind of make plays on the sides of the map where they're strong, but they continually...
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of this is, a lot of the Krug struggles have been perpetuated by pressure being put on to the lower elo players on the team, right?
Yeah.
Like, we saw a couple points where Rain Freeze wasn't quite in the right spot, or his pathing hasn't been the most efficient. Teamfight setup has been a bit difficult for them so far. And that's often perpetuated by That's often supposed to be initiated by like the jungler, or
Yes.
you know, one of the early engages should be by the jungler / mid. So they Krugs weren't able to execute it. So the past 2 games, and Bramble has.
Yeah, and that is now a 10,000 gold lead, roughly, for Brambleback. 9,000 actually, but probably 10 after this tower.
It's 10 if you round. So
10 if you round, yeah, and we round here.
yeah, we round those.
As My Desire, I mean, jumping onto J Herbo. Galio ultimate coming down, but J Herbo just able to get out. Kaisa actually on top from the Fear going down. We'll see if he can actually make it out of here. Doesn't look like he'll be able to shut down onto Covert Panda, who's now just doing mad damage on the back line, taking out Chloe Cats as well. And Krugs fighting like back, but top lane, their inhibitor getting blasted.
15 minutes too late.
A little late, yeah, but Leon ultimate coming through. Should be some chain CC straight on top of Quicksilver Sasha, who gets the ultimate down. Or an ultimate coming through as well. Galio tries to go in and get some damage down with the taunt, but unfortunately just gets Malzahar halted immediately, as the rest of the team kind of has to run away. Their health bars are too low to fight here.
But
oh, I mean, Pickle Popper Comet taking out My Desire on the back end.
Big feels bad, dude. I was like, oh, 2 for 1. That's like pretty solid. Nah. But good news is that this time the bounty did go over to the Kaisa and not the Leona. So some semblances of hope here.
Absolutely. Some semblances of hope, but we're going to need some more semblances, Valid, if we're going to start calling this game a comeback.
And Darth Ted pointing out that Kaisa has 1 completed item versus Vayne's 3 completed items. So
yike. Well, there's a pretty large.
But I mean, the Krugs
difference.
do have the tools to kill a Vayne. So
yeah,
they just have to utilize the tools.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I think Vayne going what, Immortal Shield Bow or Wormfall and Sacrifice, is that what's the Kraken Slayer? That's what Ornn upgrades Kraken Slayer into, is Wormfall and Sacrifice. These item names, especially with the Ornn item names, like all the new items are so confusing because it's an Ornn upgrade.
Worm Fallen Sacred. Wow, Null already has an upgrade. Holy heck.
Yeah.
Okay. Single Null now 2 levels above Mind's Desire. Single Null, the highest level player in the game right now. Absolutely. For any single gamers out there. Single Null, hit him up.
Single Null, hit him up. Looking absolutely massive in this Ornn. Popping Ornn now. Looking to go in.
Sasha taking the big chunky chunk.
Takes a chunk, hook misses. Ornn not really getting much value for them out of that one, and should just be able to pull this tower.
Daddy Desire taking
going in, but
burn damage.
Insta die, and then Galio ultimate coming down as well. Actually ends up killing J Herbo in this fight. That's pretty big for Krugs. Sasha doing so much work in this fight though. Rain Freeze as well, but gets hooked up and then taken down. Double kill for Quicksilver Sasha. Quadra kill for Sasha, and an ace
this
for
target
Brambleback.
Selection. We saw like I think like 3 of the Krugs. So J Herbo died quickly, and then we saw like 3 Krugs members hitting the Thresh instead of the Malzahar for some reason. Not what you want to see.
I think Ornn should just be teleporting to the Nexus and ending the game here.
Yeah,
but
they can
they're just gonna run it in. Yeah, it's over.
I mean, wow, very. That's a hell of a turnaround from Bramble. Did not expect that after game 1, but
yeah,
kudos to them.
Well, I mean, Krugs are actually spawning now, so maybe they can't quite end the game.
So they're not ending.
But we thought they could. I think they actually might have been able to if they didn't.
I think Season 6 Bramble would have probably teased Zabel about not ending here, but here we are.
But here we are.
But here we are, yep.
They want the Infernal Dragon Soul because they want to be me so bad.
Well,
that's it.
A little turning of the tides here. Not going for the end.
You'd love to see it. You honestly gotta pump the vision score numbers up. It's really the big
you gotta
what they're doing.
Big pumpage, dude. Big pump. We're all about the pump here.
Yeah. Big pump is exactly what you want to see.
Indeed. And that's an Infernal Soul. I wonder if they're gonna wait for the Elder. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say probably the 30% chance that they wait for that Elder, 70% that they end. So really, it's, it could go either way.
Yeah, I think we just flip a coin at this point.
Yeah.
So taking the Infernal is nice, but part of me wants to just leave it there so that Krugs have 0 counterplay.
For no Elder, as we see Mind's Desire go in, a nicely owned ultimate again, right on top of J Herbo, who insta dies yet again. As the team for Bramble's just not here. Malzahar's
I
far,
mean,
Kane's
that's,
far, and they're stepping up
that's
all the
not-
way into the mid lane against a Nocturne Galio.
Dare I say that's not the Bramble team's fault. That is J Turbo's fault
J
there.
Turbo.
You gotta respect the Nocturne, even if you are like 10k gold up on the Nocturne.
Yeah.
BRB throwing, says Jamu. All right, dude. Waiting.
Waiting. Yeah, I mean, don't know if that constitutes a throw quite yet, but it's getting into that territory now where it's starting to get a little scary for Brambleback if that stuff like that keeps happening.
It's getting a wee bit scary. Now they just wait for Baron instead of ending. Yeah, they might wait for Elder Dragon.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, might as well wait for Elder Dragon. If you're Brambleback, that's been your game plan all along. Just get all the objectives. And if you're gonna wait for one Elder Dragon, don't you think it makes sense to wait for the second Elder Dragon so it lasts longer?
Oh, true, dude. Might as well wait for the fourth one so that death timers are like maximized.
Oh yeah. Malzahar ultimate coming down. Feshhook gonna go wide. Grandma not popping the Zion. It actually might just end up spelling his demise.
Oh, they're not waiting. They're just.
So they take the Baron and now going for the fight. Mont Blanc in the mix, super low. Pickle Popper on a rampage, picking up the kill into Mind's Desire. Back of the fight, Rainfree's not able to kill J Herbo, who's now getting jumped on by Covert Panda. Also not able to kill J Herbo. Double kill for Pickle Popper, and another ace for Brambleback. And you have to
unfortunately,
think
that was
they'll
not
be
a
able to end
5
this
for
here.
1, as we saw many times in Game 2. That was a 5 for
0,
nothing.
and that's honestly not what you're gonna want to see.
So really solid Bud Light ace to wrap up the first series of
solid Fig Newton ace.
round 2
Valid.
playoffs.
we know our sponsors.
Oh yes, the Fig Newton.
We're not leeching from the LCS, but yeah, they take it. 5 for 0 at the end, and Brambleback looking dominant, which a contested series was really fun to watch, but Brambleback come out ahead at the end of the day.
Yeah, that was sick. Really tough fall there, I think, for the Krugs, given how Game 1 went. But that's one hell of a recovery from Bramble.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's nuts. So hats off to Bramble for pulling it back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was
And
definitely a
speaking
hell of a
hat
series.
in preparation for my match later today,
Oh, there we
I'm
go.
gonna sport a Scuttle hat.
The Scuttle hat. That's exactly what you want to
That
see.
was actually a good segue. I didn't plan.
That
on
was a great
I
segue.
actually didn't plan on that segue, but that was good job, Valib.
You'd love to see it. You want to do? Let's do some quick interviews here. Who you want to talk
Let's do
to? Who do you want to talk to from Brambleback?
Ooh,
I kind of want to talk to the man Nollark.
dude, I was gonna say
top lane
single
matchup.
because he did very well in that last game, and I think we got to talk to Pickle. I think he earned
Pickle?
it.
Yeah.
This series, yeah, Pickle definitely earned it. Yeah.
All right.
Yep, Nico indeed, Darth Ted.
So let's just get to this interview screen. Talk to these boys.
Oh man,
Single
gotta
null and
angle the camera,
YOTP.
get all the hats in there. You know,
You need maximum hat
big hat
inclusion.
energy, dude.
Big hat energy. All right. So go to Discord, unmute us. And we're gonna drag him up here. Let's see. Where is your voice chat?
Hello,
Hello.
we can hear you on Discord. Hooray!
Hey.
Hello, single null.
Yeah, I see the VM.
You see the VM?
What BM are you seeing?
Single Null and YOTP. How are you guys doing? Pickle Popper and Nollark. Congratulations on your 2-1 today in the winner's bracket. Playoffs looking super, super strong. A little shaky in, I believe it was the first game that Krugs took off of you guys.
Yeah.
But you pulled it together for the reverse sweep and honestly made it look pretty clean in these past 2 games. So talk to us about some of your draft prep and what you guys were thinking was going to happen here in that phase for this series.
I kind of just forgot about Kale.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so
Oh, that's
I specifically wanted the Pantheon into Kale. Like I've been practicing it. Mine's Desire literally like respected me a lot on that like pick, and so I wasn't able to like kind of bait him into fighting me, and we kind of just weren't able to do anything top lane because of that, and you know that's how it goes.
It'd be like that.
It do be like that
Them
sometimes.
high elo sneakers be like that, dude. They just sneak up on you. They don't want to play your game. You got to play their game.
Yeah.
It also just feels bad when the Samira just presses W and blocks all of Victor's damage. Or the Kale ult. We had him down, like the one fight when we had him down to like 100 health and the Kale ult came down. Felt bad.
Yeah, pretty nutty champion. We've seen some Kale Prio in some other series as well.
Yeah, well, that champion's busted, so.
Were you guys worried after that game about, oh shit, Krugs looks stronger than we expected, or, we're not sure what to ban out against them, or did you just think your draft adaptations would be enough to come out with the performance you had in game 2?
Yeah, I think once we realized what the issue was, is that counter, or, what we were trying to counter the Kale with didn't work out, and then just being like, once being able to leverage the Amumu, I think we were pretty confident game 2, and then, or going into game 2, that we can make the changes in draft. And I mean, we did a great job. I feel like not tilting after game 1. So mentally strong Bramble.
Yeah, that's definitely something we touched on, Neil, towards the end of game 1. And congratulations to you guys for not tilting. You have anything you want to ask the boys, Neil? Any questions?
No, I mean, I'm kind of so single null. I was impressed with kind of the Ornn performance in game 2. Because Mind's Desire, I believe, is actually an Ornn main. Yes. So I expected you to get clapped game 1 when game 2 when you picked when you first blind picked the Ornn, and then he had the counter with the Silas, or had the option to counter pick and pick Silas. And we saw him actually do quite well. But then in game 3, you held your own, dude. You were at one point you were like the highest level person in the game at like 14. I think everybody else was like 12 or lower.
Nice.
So what happened there versus Camille?
So the Silas matchup is, I think, definitely harder for Ornn, and like I definitely like misplayed it a bit, but like Mind's Desire is like an insane player, and I mean I think I'm just a lot better at like taking it than giving it, and like I think it's just my playstyle is just like I'm more suited to playing on and like being dove. I can I guess I'm used to being dove, like my Shen gates and stuff, so I like being dove. Yeah.
All right.
Some stick out plays.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was sick. And that Nico play was sick, dude. I did not expect.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to play Nico either, but like they were like, play Nico. I was like, oh, I'll play Nico.
Dude, when you threw your clone and they flashed and anti-ulted the clone, how hard were you laughing? Because we saw you flash the mastery, but I have to assume you were shouting.
I didn't even notice it. Sasha pointed it out. She was watching. I was busy living, okay? I was like, I'm going to go back and farm.
Oh, wait, mastery, yeah.
I thought that's why you flashed the mastery.
No, because Sasha said it. Then I was like,
oh. Okay. Nice.
I did it because they went after. I didn't realize she flash ulted until.
Oh, shit.
Sasha was like, she flashed after it.
Yeah, that's amazing. That was definitely a Rex top 5 worthy play, and then Nico was horrifying. Definitely something that team's going to have to look out for here.
So
my favorite was the dragon fight where I pressed W to go invisible, and then started my ult and flashed over while still invisible into the Baron pit with my ult going. But
love to see it.
Looking forward next week. You guys are taking on the victor of Scuttle Gromp. Any thoughts?
Any
preferences?
Preferences. We did go. We've never played against Scuttle, and I really want to. I want to see what I late against the. Wait, give me a second. Against
the 12th best top in the league.
I thought it was down to 9.
17th according just now. I did the thing.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I kind of. It'd be nice to sometimes you just want to take out your friends. It'd be nice to take out Endo and Adolma.
Yeah.
Gromp's not your friends, Pickle?
I don't know if I've met any of Gromp in person. Who's on Gromp?
So are they not your friends?
I have to verify that you're a real person.
I've met some of them.
Okay, I think
that's a lie. Okay, that'd be nice too. Fight Spencer and I mean Spencer and like Rovian, maybe. I think Shu counts, maybe Dingus, Cobalt, and Tortuga. But other than that, I got no friends on that team.
Oh man.
It's okay, Neil. I'll loop you. See, the way I see it is like I have like friends on like each individual team, so it's really hard for me to be like, I want each team to win. I want like my friends to do well. It's like I want Neil to pop off and I want ZM to pop off, and like
Thanks,
that's kind
dude.
of my Yeah.
I'd
So
be
as long as
happy
you
if that
both
happened.
equally pop off, like I'm happy.
Question
very
for you.
happy.
Question for you guys.
Okay.
The next match we have coming up is Air versus Krugs.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to take that match? It's just a best of one coming up in here in about 10 minutes. I want your predictions for Air versus Krugs, and then I want your predictions for Scuttle versus Gromp for today.
Okay.
Well, let me see what did Air actually go with the lineup? That's the question. I can't see it. It's not here.
I honestly think Krugs takes it. Like,
If they
You
can
think-
bounce back from that.
Do you think it's gonna
they're
be
in-
close?
it'll be close. I think like Krugs definitely has like, I mean, Paco's a really good jungle now, and like they synergize well with like how they've kind of changed the roles. But I think Mind's Desire is like just an insane player, and I think, given the opportunity, he will like run away with the game, like especially like the kill game and stuff. So I think Krugs will get it.
Do you
Is
think?
Andy Taco playing this week?
Let me check the
Is he
rep
back from
chat.
Mexico? I can't see.
You can see
Not up
the
on the
rep chat.
Oh.
That's where they posted their roster.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you guys, sounds like you guys think that Krugs is going to take it. Dainty Taco is not posted for the roster this week. He's listed as
Aw.
a sub. But yeah, so what about the Gromp Scuttle series? What are you guys thinking for that one? We'll give you a quick prediction, then we're going to send it to a timer.
I'm gonna say Gromp. I think Gromp's gonna win it.
I'll pick
I
Scuttle.
think they're
then.
gonna win it 2-1. I think just
2-1, okay.
There's
I
a lot
think-
of hyper carries that Shu plays, which is just scary.
I think it's 2-1 Scuttle. So I'll go against Pickle then.
2-1 Scuttle? All right, there you have it. Well,
All right. Well, at least both of you think Gromp's gonna win at least one game. I'll take
No.
there
Oh, wait,
you go.
Pickle says you'll take 2. So if you average it out, both of you win 3-3. So you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what
You
you're going to
each
do.
win 1.5 games.
We're getting on the board. That's all that matters.
Hell
You
yeah.
have this.
All right, guys. Well, congratulations again on winning the series today. Looking super clean. Valib, thank you again, as always, for casting with me. Guys, thanks for the interview. And everybody watching, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes with Air versus Krugs to decide who moves on in the losers bracket and who goes home.
Yeah,
Don't
thank
go
you.
anywhere.
Take care, everyone.
And here we are, boys. Welcome back. Air versus Krugs. We in there. Down in the losers bracket now. Krugs getting knocked down there by none other than the man himself, Wrecked Pickle Popper. There he is.
Me?
Yeah, congratulations again on the series win, but Krugs looking like a formidable opponent. And now coming here into this losers bracket game, I don't think that, Air Drake should consider this to be an easy matchup whatsoever. I think that both teams look considerably strong, and I think we're going to see, a decent matchup come out here.
Yeah, I think contested again will probably be the Kale. If they let Kale through, I mean, we saw that was incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
I mean, we need to do a great job shutting her down early, which is very important. But I think at some point, Kale's kind of inevitable. Sort of when like Cassidy's really strong, it's like cool. But if you don't win by 25 minutes, so I think that's going to be important to take off or take away. I'm not sure who's getting blue side or anything, but
yeah, we'll have to. I think Krugs actually have side selection.
I feel like they should, coming directly from that.
Yeah, I think we're still going from the record. So Krugs had a superior record coming into the day. So looks like they are taking side 1, as they like to call it.
Side 1, blue side. It's alphabetical.
Yeah.
Also left and right, like it is on the mini map.
Side L.
Yeah.
Side BL1.
I'm interested to see. Okay. It's interesting. No Dainty Taco again.
No Dainty Taco. He's still in Mexico. I heard he's actually caught up with the cartel on a drug bust gone wrong, so ended up getting involved in some crazy stuff.
They were smuggling cocaine inside the Clementines?
Yeah, they were snuggling cocaine actually inside of tacos, coincidentally. So I believe that was where he got his namesake.
Interesting. The Dainty Taco special.
Yeah, the Dainty Taco special.
Oh man,
you love to see it.
Yeah, so Air had a bit of a rough start this season, but they made some roster swaps, moved people around, and they finished strong. Getting in.
Got into playoffs.
Yeah, they got into playoffs. So let's see. Yeah, they really turned it around. Like week 5 is when they, started turning it around, and that just managed to barely make it in there. Just beat
out Ocean, and then made it in, and props to them because it did look rough for them in the start of the season, but now they are here and they are ready to play, fighting for their life in the losers bracket in this best of 1 Pickle Popper, and this is both teams really wanting to come out with this W because nobody wants to go home today and get eliminated, even though we're all sitting at home. But what I mean.
True. Yeah. We're all stuck at home, but very smart taking away the Poppy, Colonel Paco, a beast on that. Yeah, they saw what Cobra Panda could do in Samira last game. Champion's very strong right now, especially if you pair it with something that brings hard CC. So getting that off the table, getting the Kale off the table. They're taking away what Krugs was able to win with last series. And yeah, I'm just taking Brand off the table. Brand is in a very strong place. You get Leandries and you just burn champions for so long, and it absolutely shreds tanks.
Yeah, even from the support role, right? Which is actually where I think Brand might be the strongest right now. Just coming out with some sneak damage from the bot lane. It does a crazy amount, and I think that's honestly something I'd like to see more of these teams pick up is some of these carry supports like Brand, like Vel'Koz, Zyra, but the Wrecked meta is slow to shift, and we are going to see another tank support locked in. Won't be surprised if we see that matched with something like a Nautilus. It's been what we've kind of been seeing all day.
Ooh, Cho'Gath, like the super tank. I had a game last week where the enemy Cho'Gath had like 8k health. Then I had another game where my team's Cho'Gath refused to ult minions, so he had 2 stacks at 25 minutes.
That's hilarious.
So hopefully they know what. Oh, the Hecarim's strong right now. I don't think I've ever seen Colonel Paco play Hecarim, but I'm sure he's been practicing it. But yeah, Hecarim, if you can get ahead early, is disgusting. And League of Tanks. We have the Galio again picked up for Graham and Nut. They pick up the Camille again. We saw that last game. They were able to make some pretty nasty combos. And Camille is super powerful against tanks because the amount of true damage that you can do, just ignoring all that resistances they build.
Oh, yeah.
But I saw a very interesting thing. So if you You can if you E onto a wall with Camille, you can flash, and then it's like kind of when Rengar flash out of the bush, you can get that jump off. You can do the same thing with Camille and get a super long engage with that. Not sure if Mind's Desire knows that. I think it was like Chovies I saw showing it on like Instagram or something. But
I'm gonna go
Malzahar
out on a limb and say he might know about it.
He might. He might. You know. Malzahar picked up. I mean, Malzahar again can do pretty ridiculous damage if he gets. You know, you go Leandri's into whatever that other helmet item is. Still working on the names here. I literally, my team thought I was AFK for a second because I sat in base just like looking for an item for like 10 seconds. Like,
That happens to me all the time. I think you might be thinking of Demonic Embrace. It kind of has like the samurai helmet looking vibes.
Yeah, that's it. I forget what I was looking. Oh, I was looking for Zhonya's, which doesn't show up on like Nico's like suggest. I was like, couldn't find it for my fucking life.
Dude, honestly, small gripe with how they did the patch with all the changes. They changed the shop interface, added all these items, took items away, and changed how all the items look on the icons all at the same time. So if you're coming in, like, it's a lot to take in all at once.
I was very tilted for the first 2 weeks of this.
Yeah, I would have liked all the changes, but keep the shop interface the same, and then maybe roll out your new UI like later for the shop.
Or change the shop and then change like the icons of the other things, and they all look so similar.
I mean, I guess they figured front load
going
it.
back to the Camille thing, like if you can go off the wall, like if you press the E and then you flash, you go like a distance, but if you flash before you hit the E, you get a further distance, is what I'm saying.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
You can basically go the entire like width of the lane. It's disgusting. You just really have to predict, you know. But
speaking of League of Tanks here, Hecarim, Cho'Gath, Shen with a Malzahar to shred the enemy tanks.
Do you think that's a Shen support? I guess.
Shen support or even Cho'Gath support maybe, but this is looking like a really good Jinx, Twitch, Kog'Maw, Vayne game. Somebody for some hyper carry, AD carry, and it looks like Rain Freeze was kind of thinking that too. Wants to pick the Rammus to taunt up the AD carry.
Okay, I mean that's interesting because they got a lot of AP damage here. They have the Cho'Gath, the Malzahar does AP, Hecarim does a bit of AP too, but you know. But yeah, so far three kind of. Hecarim's kind of a pseudo tank, but 3 tanks on each team. The Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Hecarim should go for that Bammy Cinder mythic item, unless he gets massively ahead. Can maybe rush something a little different. Maybe go for a Triforce early on. But Kai'Sa, they just have almost the exact same comp, but swapping out the Nocturne for the Rammus, a little more survivability. And honestly, you mentioned a lot of magic damage was already evident, and they just picked more of it. So
Victor bot lane?
Victor Shen bot lane, which honestly I kind of love that.
I think maybe.
Get the taunt into the gravity well. There's a lot of CC.
Could be Malzahar bot lane.
Mealzahar I wouldn't like bot lane as much
it's
as
not
Victor.
Terrible. I mean, it's a little harder to push because Kai'Sa can press Q, and once that's upgraded, will just kill all of your voidlings. But it's not terrible. I mean, they are missing like the DPS that comes with having an ADC, which could bite them in the ass. I was debating whether or not to say ass or bum, but I was like, okay.
we say ass
I was like, bite them in the butt.
We take those. But yeah, I'm not sure. So when you pick something like a Shen support, that's kind of an aggressive support, right? You can taunt onto the AD carry and get on top of them, and you want to have someone who can layer down a lot of damage on top of that. Malzahar, not necessarily the champion to do that in the early portion of the game. Obviously, if levels in his Q and E, and when he has his R, is going to be able to chunk people. But early on, I kind of feel like Leona Kai'Sa just abused that bot lane of Malzahar Shen.
Yeah, yep, definitely could. I mean, Malzahar's spell shield does help a little bit, but then I think the Leona, even if it hits the E on you and you have the spell shield, still be there and be able to Q you to stun you up. But you save a little bit of the CC. But good against the Rammus, kind of doing that. They have big AoE damage coming in though with the Victor ult. You can throw the silence across the team.
Yeah, looking like a big wombo combo from Air Drake, kind of putting all their eggs in the team fight basket here. Don't have a lot of side lane pressure aside from the Victor, who is pretty good in those side lanes. Cho'Gath too, but he will get outscaled by the Camille, and the 1v1 is pretty easy for the Camille at certain points of the game. But the Galio answer to that is also pretty scary for Cho'Gath in a side lane as well, just the lockdown that they have. I gotta say I prefer Krugs draft here as far as how their team fights are going to go. Consistent DPS from the Kai'Sa, but Eric can definitely surprise people with some picks here.
I mean, and Galio is very good at stacking magic resistance. So I think the magic resist items aren't nearly as good as the armor items are right now, just because Sunfire's broken.
They brought Force of Nature back, Pickle Popper. That's the greatest magic resist item of all time.
I don't play tanks. You know.
I don't know. I never played them. They fucking they build health and I kill them. I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, looking at these two drafts, I mean, there is a lot of people in chat touching on the fact that, you know, physical damage heavily lacking from the side of Air Drake, and Hecarim having a better build path going the tank items, you know, might not see him pivot to the AD, which I think he almost has to do in this game. Maybe not, but it would make their damage profile pretty tough, and it's going to be hard to kill Rammus and Galio without an AD carry, so...
Yeah. I mean, the itemization, there are great tank shredding items if you can hit them. If you can get ahead, especially, you know, the Malzahar, you can pick up the Leandries and the other thing. Hopefully they don't go... They might try to go 2 Leandries. I guess those don't stack, but...
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see.
They can take out the Kaisa early if Hecarim gets up on that. I mean, Victor's puts out a ton of damage, you know, especially once he picks up that Lich Bane, because that item's busted.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, Sasa pointed out in the chat, Hecarim needs to get ahead, and I have to agree. And I mean, if there's a player that's going to get ahead on the map against a Rammus as the Hecarim, it's going to be Colonel Paco. He played super aggro in the jungle, and he kind of limit tests in all the champions he plays. Sometimes not for the best results for Colonel Paco, as we've seen through the season, but sometimes to great results. Kind of really stepped up his performance coming into playoffs and coming into just before playoffs to clinch his team some key victories they needed to make it in there. And I'd like to see Paco on a pop-off game. You know, the dude's been looking a little shaky this season so far, but looks like he has it together now, and now playing a champion where he needs to get ahead early, and I think he has the capability to do that. So
yeah, the switch to jungle definitely looking good for him. Looking good for Air. I mean, we've seen Paco top, we've seen him support, you know, and he's played Poppy, and now we've seen him jungle, and he's played Poppy in all those roles. That, you know, that was banned. Everybody except for BB Zobs, I think, is sporting a... That was the quickest load-in I think I've ever seen. Holy.
Oh, you're already in. I'm still at the load screen.
Okay, I will pause. Let me know when you're going then.
I'll let you know what game time I am at, sir.
I mean, I'm currently still sitting at 0.
Oh, okay. Oh, here we go.
Okay.
We are in there. I am at... Oh, and there's an immediate pause.
Okay, what's your pause timer?
I'm at 3 seconds into the game. Pause timer at 29:50 right now.
Yeah, okay. Might be like a quarter of a second ahead of you, but I feel like that's fine. Yeah, so we got a pause. That's absolutely okay. We can take a look at keystones right now. Camille going Grasp as well as Cho'Gath. We got... that out of the way. Rammus and Galio both have Aftershock, so they're going to be able to go in there and tank up some damage. I mean, on the other side, you got 2 phase rushes coming out on Victor and Hecarim. Pretty classic. Now I'm trying to think what I went when I played. The Malzahar.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did I go Comet like a... I don't know. I don't think so. I think I probably took Aerie. I'm just like, wait, was I dumb? Because Aerie's so good on it. But, you know. Yeah, there's a lot of Aftershocks here.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, waiting to see what this pause is all about. Might be a DC out of somebody, not quite sure. Maybe... I see some chat messages coming through. Can't see them, but I can hear them. So I'm assuming they're hitting them with the R question marks, and they are. Game is resuming.
Yep, looks like we are going to be getting into this. Super excited. This is both teams fighting for their life in these playoffs here in week 2. A lot of pings coming out from Air on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, we'll see if they look for an invade. They do have a decently strong level 1. Shen probably starting that taunt.
Rainfree's still singing bass.
Interesting. Has bought his items, though, so he is there. Maybe
I
just
thought he clicked, looked away.
Checking out some of the other items in the store, learning those names so he knows what to buy, as we're all new to this patch here. Trying to figure out what some of this stuff does, but Red Smite Phase Rush, heck, is a rip. Yeah, if you go Red Smite, typically I think you want to go Conqueror on the Hecarim, so I gotta agree with that for Chloe, because you want to be dueling a lot. But yeah, we'll see if he can, make it work, because Red Smite is good when you want to fight Rammus early on in the jungle. You get a lot of extra
I
damage.
don't know what the difference between these two items are.
Red Smite and Blue Smite?
I mean, are the smites still the same? And
Yes, the
everything
smites
else
are the
doesn't matter?
same. The items give the exact same things to you in the jungle with the
Besides
Omnivamp, and then
Oh, okay.
the only thing that's different is they are consumed, and then you get that Red Smite or Blue Smite.
Okay. Interesting.
So yeah, no level 1 shenanigans coming out. Rammus finally making his way onto the map, slowly but surely.
He's
Looks
gonna
like he's pathing just
be.
red.
I think he's gonna be late.
I think he's gonna be just in time.
He's gonna maybe. Yeah.
He's gonna roll right in there to the red buff.
Okay. Make it. And yep, both junglers starting their bot side, gonna be working their way top. Oh my, perfect timing. Big brain play.
Yeah, we'll see if either jungler opts for like a clear option that you have for both junglers. Honestly, is both buffs and Gromp for level 3 and then a gank. Rammus has a little easier path to that, as he can just go blue Gromp and then a gank. Hecarim has to path back to the Gromp and then go to red. So Rammus will be on the top side of the map. We'll see if Hecarim opts to full clear this bot side, which honestly I wouldn't mind.
Oh, that was. Apparently, you can pop the blast cone while in Rammus's ball form. Interesting. Looks like mine's are getting bullied a little bit here. Just the AOE clear, but I say that and you just Qs the Cho'Gath once and even his life totals.
Yeah, the early level 2 from Cho'Gath gave him a little advantage there on that trade. Mind's Desire is still sitting on level 1. We'll get 2 under this tower now as the bot lane of Covert Panda and Mont Blanc pushing in onto Rise at Dusk and CLG Worthy Dust on the Shen Malzahar, which is kind of what you expect from the Kai'Sa Leona early on. They do have a bit of a stronger lane, but see if they can get anything done here. Malzahar Spell Shield is quite annoying for the Leona to try to look for engages, but should have this push pretty constant here for Panda and Mont Blanc.
The Hecarim is up on farm, but Rammus is coming up top with a gank. Cho'Gath trying to run out. I don't think he's gonna. Oh, good flash, but I don't think it's gonna matter.
Oh, and first blood to Rammus. I would have liked to see that kill gifted to Mind's Desire, but Rammus takes that one. Not the worst thing in the world as we see Colonel Paco coming into the mid lane, gets the knockback on the Grandma Nut. Gravity Well not quite down in time to provide any sort of slow, but they do burn the flash out of Galio, and that's a pretty easy repeat.
Ooh, bot lane, Covert Panda and Mont Blanc getting a bit of a cheaty recall off there. Gonna go back, get the, the cull. Alright, Colonel Paco's playing, he's smart, he's getting that counter jungling in. Fortunately, does kill all of the Raptors, not leaving that up. That burn taking him out.
Yeah, not going to leave that annoying last Raptor left there, which is so frustrating. When you walk up to take your Raptor camp as a jungle, there's just one little piece of fried chicken left there for you, but Grandma not stepping up pretty far in this lane, knows his jungler's there, though, so has the opportunity to play forward to push that last bit of the wave into the tower and probably look for a recall.
The question is, when you get, do you like the chicken wings that are drumsticks or the ones that are like wings? That's an important question.
Drumsticks or wings?
Yeah, when you go out and get like wings, do you like the drumsticks or the wings more?
Dude, I gotta say,
I like boneless sort of person.
I like the flats. I like the flats. I think
flats?
the wings.
Oh,
I call them flats.
I
don't know if
I thought you were saying flats. I'm like, what are you?
Yeah,
what is this like?
Yeah, definitely not a drumstick guy. Okay. I think the flats are superior. We can get a little vote going on in chat here. 1 for flats, 2 for drumsticks. We'll see what the people want. But
3 for vegetarians.
3 for vegetarians. Yeah, 3 for the non-meat option. But
cauliflower.
Cauliflower. Yeah, there's actually slap buffalo cauliflower.
I mean, I don't like buffalo either. So.
Oh man.
No, yeah.
I might have to get a new co-caster here in this one. I'm not sure if I can deal with that.
Yeah. I know.
Exclamation point flats. Love to see it. But yeah, dragon spawning here. Which team do you think is going to opt to go for this early dragon take? The bot lane of Mont Blanc and Covert Panda have a lot of priority here over Rise of Dusk and Worthy Dust, and the Rammus is in the area. You'd have to think they might turn for the drag here, but Scuttlecrab will give Air Drake vision of what they're trying to do.
Yeah, he's kind of just sitting there for a long time. Looks like they might be going towards this dragon.
Yeah, waiting for that Scuttle to expire.
Hecarim's on the top of the map. It might be bad for mine since Iris sees him.
Yeah,
such a he's out. He's out.
Yeah, Paco just up a lot of CS though. Look at that, 36 to 21. Colonel Paco up a level onto Rain Freeze, but Rain Freeze intelligently, pivoting, taking this dragon here for his team as we see.
They see it. It's not gonna matter. They should
not gonna matter at all. It was pretty close.
Oh, The silence coming out from Balthazar actually stops Rammus's.
Big taunt from Grandma Nut. Ultimate available
They
from the
are
Victor, but
outnumbered
he's just
here.
getting
This is not
chunked. Has to
good.
flash the wall. Victor all coming down, doing a lot of damage. Rain Freeze is so low.
Oh, I love.
As well as Mont Blanc, both end up falling. Air Drake with a phenomenal amount of damage, and now Mind's Desire in there with the ultimate gets on top of the support. But I don't think that's really where he wants to be right now, taking a lot of damage from the jungler and the support from Air Drake, and ends up falling. Colonel Paco taking that kill, is going back in with the E now, but not going to opt to go back to look for another kill. Is pretty low, doesn't want to give any kills in the back end of the fight. Healing up off this Raptors, maybe can look for Covert Panda here. Might just have to
Yeah,
dip
so
out and run away.
that was a 3-for-1 in favor of Air, right?
Uh-oh. Colonel Paco.
Oh! Oh, that was so big brain!
Colonel Paco.
Wait, that E didn't even stun him.
E didn't stun him at all, and now Covert Panda taking the kill onto Paco there with the flash for the last auto attack, and now chasing down Rise of Dusk, has to flash the wall. Victor's here, doesn't have the ultimate available, does get stunned, should get taunted up, but no, Rammus backs away, and overall just a 1-for-1, trading the mid laner for the jungler on the side of Air Drake, and Krugs fighting back, but Air Drake showing that they came to play today.
Yeah, Air coming out on top overall there. They lost the Dragon Movers, man. I think they got 4 kills there, and only gave up 2, so not too bad. Take that, they earned themselves about 1,000 gold lead. Oh, okay, we're just gonna follow everyone's back, direct to camera. Woohoo! But yeah, Hippie just that flash over that super thick wall with the ult, and then the ult just absolutely destroyed Krugs. So
yeah, and Hippie getting chunked there in the mid lane too. Gets jumped on by Grandma Nut. Flashes down for both mid laners as Martial Arts 40 with the follow. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Rec League. I'm not sure if you were here before, but regardless, welcome. As we see Grandma Nut kind of trying to push this wave out, getting chunked out a little bit by Hippie. There's an XP lead in the mid lane, and still a massive CS lead here in the jungle for Colonel Paco. Just looking like he wants to snowball this one.
I mean, we see Hippie has already picked up the first upgrade on Victor. The changes this patch for Victor, he no longer has to buy his Hex Core upgrades. So number one, that gives him more item slots, but it's based on you get a stack per like farm you get, and then I think 25 for killing a champion. Yeah. So and, you know or assist. So that's 75 right there on that. That was able to get him the first upgrade, which is almost which should always be the E, and he's almost halfway done with the second. That acceleration for the Victor is incredibly powerful.
Absolutely. And that's what you want to see if you are Air Drake this game. You want to see your laners get ahead because, you know, we talked about the damage profile being a little suspect for the side of Air Drake, but if they can snowball a lead here as Colonel Paco looks to the mid lane, just getting some damage down, not going to be able to burn that flash out of Grandma Nut, who just wisely walks away with the Aftershock, tanking up a lot of that damage as Paco looks to maybe walk to the bot lane and make something happen with a dive, but Mind's Desire going in top. Zobs flashes out. Rammus flashes forward with the taunt, but honestly, Camille wasn't quite in position to follow up with that, and now it's just a flash down on your jungler for the flash on the top laner. Not a bad trade, and they can repeat that, but kind of feels bad they couldn't make it work that time around.
Especially because Camille had ult, so they could have locked down Cho'Gath for a little longer, but basically Rain Freeze and Zobs, their flashes have been on cooldown together.
Ooh, we see a big fight here. Hecarim ulting out to get away. Leona ultimate not going to quite connect with the stun, but Kaisa going right back into the back line. Hippie putting down a lot of damage to the ultimate. I don't think it's going to take the kill. Flash forward with the stun from Mont Blanc. A lot of damage coming out from the Kaisa. One more auto attack should do it. Leona Zenith might take it. Does end up taking that kill for the Leona. And then now the ultimate again coming down to the top lane, but that's under tower. There's not much you can do to follow up on that for Mind's Desire. And his team making a phenomenal play on the bot side of the map to pick up some kills there. Victor a little overextended, and that's what you want to see if you're a Krugs fan.
Yeah, and now Krugs has won the gold lead in their favor by a couple hundred. Fortunately, Shen was not level 6 yet, still at level 5.
Yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, just a little bit behind Leona there. And, ooh, this could be bad. That Rammus is super fast.
Rammus is fast. Shen has no flash. Galio coming through. Doesn't quite get the lockdown, able to taunt out. I don't know if they actually have enough follow-up CC to get on top of Worthy Dust here. Might just have to watch him walk away. Just menacingly stare at him as he runs back to his tower. Still level 5. Should be able to pick up 6 off this wave if they push it in, but you need that Shen 6 to come through soon.
Yeah, they are fighting everywhere here. There's been about almost a kill a minute. It's been Infernal Dragon is spawning.
Paco on a pretty decent flank, but the team not in position to follow up with him. Just going to start the Dragon. Mind's Desire jumping onto VB Zobs in the top lane. Ultimate not available. Dodges the Rupture. Able to put a lot of damage down. Might just be able to run this Cho'Gath down as the rest of the team sits on the Dragon. Not going to opt for the dive. I think an intelligent play as they back off the Dragon. Krugs taking their recalls now, and Air opting to not take that drag.
Yeah, especially because, yeah, you definitely don't want to dive the Cho'Gath when his ult is still up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's you just take a couple tower shots and he just eats you for
Yeah.
a ton. He does have 3 stacks already, all of which have been on minions. Already better than my solo queue Cho'Gath.
Already better than my solo queue Cho'Gath. Would love to see it.
I refuse to eat minions or jungle camps unless it's like an epic monster. You're just like, I think I was playing with Colonel Paco that game. He was on my team, and that tilted Colonel Paco so hard.
Paco's in there.
Oh!
Shen ultimate coming down. Victor Gravity Wall going to lock him up. Gets taunted as well. A lot of damage going on to the Galio. Aftershock saves him for a little bit, but no, the kill goes to the support Shen, getting the kill onto the Galio in the mid lane. With that ultimate, a nice placed CC chain by the Victor as well, and that's going to give Airdrake a free window to start this Dragon.
True, but Camille is on her way there, and Zobs on the Cho'Gath does not have
Ooh,
teleport.
nice stun by Leona, coming right in. Taunt actually not going to land. Camille here now. Hippie's super low and ends up falling. The fear goes down onto them. Only Mont Blanc, and the Shen now kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Rise of Dusk going to end up falling as well to Rain Freeze. One more auto attack from the Kaisa will do it. A shutdown onto the 80 carry of Krugs, and this, with that, just kind of snowballed their lead a little bit at this point. 8-5 with 1,000 gold lead and eyes on the Dragon.
Yeah, taking that fight, missing. I think they were missing a couple ults and down numbers, and the Malzahar forced to ult the Rammus and just doesn't, you know, without having the Leandries is never gonna get through that amount of tankiness. Even if he did actually build some MR, so already has the Negatron cloak. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that actually builds into a mythic item for Rammus.
I couldn't.
Someone in chat that knows more of these tank item paths can let us know.
Yeah,
but I'm
know.
pretty sure it does not.
But either way, Krugs with 1,000 gold lead now, and picking up their second dragon of the game.
Nope. Montezari going back in onto VB Zobs. Hasn't been able to really find solo kills onto this Cho'Gath, and it's probably going to be a little while until he can. Does have his mythic item completed. I believe he went the Divine Sunderer, so great into the tank comp from Airdrake. And another thing that's going to be good into that tank comp is we see a Mountain Soul on the map, Pickle Popper, and with that Mountain Soul, the damage profile from Airdrake being so magic damage heavy, that is just going to even further increase the amount of MR that Krugs are going to have available to them. It's going to be harder and harder for them to find kills onto these Krugs members.
Yeah, they need to finish those Leandries really quick. Start, you know, that percent health damage is super powerful. And we see Zobs, he already has 5 stacks on his Feast, all of which have been on minions, so one more and he's fully stacked on that and can try to save that for either the epic monsters or to devour some champions. I mean, that's, what's he getting? 400 health per stack currently? At level 10. Or is that a total of 5? I don't even know.
It's probably total. I think
Total
it's
of
about
400,
100,
I'm not sure how
something.
that works.
Yeah,
The
maybe
toolkit's
90.
not very clear. Fighting that with 9 left doesn't matter. Colonel Paco already left. Wise decision.
Yeah, and Paco now with a healthy lead in the jungle here, up about 30 CS and up a full level, maybe a level and a half. About almost going to be level 10 here for Colonel Paco.
Yeah.
Actually, no, just barely bridging 9.
Yeah. And currently, Krugs has 2 mythic items complete. You have the Divine Sunder on the Camille and the Kraken Slayer on the Kaisa, and then Air only has the Divine Sunder on Hecarim, on Colonel Paco there, so. And I feel like the mythic items, I feel like, are such big break points.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're just incredibly powerful. This Camille is just, like, under tower to dodging the...
Maximizing the tower damage there, Mind's Desire.
Okay. That is the last minion stack for VB Zobs. Mind's Desire's done a great job dodging those Ruptors.
Oh, yeah.
Ruptures. I feel like I'm slurring my words. I swear. I barely had... I blame Russian collusion.
Russian collusion, as we see Hecarim just having to ult out there,
Oh, he has
but still was
walks back
taunted. He was taunted, so had to end up walking back in. Pops the ghost to
Makes
be
it
able to make it out, but they were looking for a nice play, but Krugs was ready for him, and Air Drake has to start making some things happen in this map here because Krugs is starting to look like they're running away with this game.
Yeah. Both the top lane and ADC for Krugs are really far ahead. I mean, yeah, that Hecarim is getting low. Interesting. I mean, Murgatroyds make sense. There's a lot of CC coming out from Krugs. Just kind of feels bad against the Camille because her Qs, which do true damage, you know, even if I think does the 10% auto attack block the true damage, or is it just absolutely true? Because I know true damage ignores resistances, but does it count towards
I believe it just blocks 10% of the auto, and that includes all the types of damage from the auto, but the true damage won't be mitigated by resistances then.
Okay. So, you know, pretty useful. But there is a lot of CC and AP damage coming out from the Krugs comp as well, so. Doesn't want to get super locked up there. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we can take a look at this gold here.
Just tanking the towers up, Sobs.
Absolutely,
Sobs.
just tanking it. I don't know.
Sobs.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Little risky there. VB Sobs. It's his jungler starts
they got
up
the tower.
The Herald. If we take a look at the gold differences here, there's a very even gold in the mid lane, almost bang on even actually, about an 800 gold lead in the bot lane for Krugs on that Kaisa. And the rest of the map, not too much of a difference aside from a 400 lead in the top lane for Krugs and about a 500 lead in the jungle because Colonel Paco has just been snowballing on this Hecarim, dropping that Herald in the mid lane, trying to get some more gold and pressure for his team. Might see a team fight breakout here as a lot of the players are hovering around this mid lane, responding to this Herald.
And Dragon spawning very soon. Okay. Managing to pick that up. Oh, we got a death bush coming. Or not, they're just going to abandon it.
Yeah, they know their Camille's teleport's not quite available, but they also should know Cho'Gath's teleport is a much further amount away, as he will not have that one to respond to a dragon fight. So honestly, if I'm Air Drake, I'm giving this dragon up, even though it feels really bad, it puts him on soul point. It will be an uneven fight, and you just risk giving up more kills to Krugs.
I'd like to see Zobs kind of predict the Camille. When you see Camille go to the wall, just throw up that Rupture like right next to you. Because every time he's immediately tried to go on you, he hasn't been sitting on the wall for a little bit.
Camille's
so
teleporting in, Cho'Gath's running down. I don't know if he's going to make it here in time. Colonel Paco has the ultimate available, try to get in for a smite steal. Big Leon ultimate actually doesn't connect on anybody. They're in the mix in the back line of the fight. Hippie's getting super low. Cobra Pan on a rampage, taking out the support. And this is just a massive fight. The Gala ultimate comes down, but he's so squishy, he ends up dying. Malzahar with the double kill.
He's gonna burn!
Mind's Desire ends up burning down. Cobra Panda actually chasing down for the last kill here. Able to pick it up onto Hecarim, but now he's in the middle of Cho'Gath and Rise at Dusk, and actually a quadra kill from the Malzahar coming through, and an ace for Air Drake.
That is a gold swing.
That is a
they should be able to
massive
get
gold
this. Don't stand next to each other. I'm pretty sure this does this do AoE damage?
It does, but I'm not sure it's going to end up mattering here. The Void Lanes end up tanking it there, and they take this one. Unfortunately, no feast stack available for Cho'Gath, but Cho'Gath and Malzahar are doing so much work. Did he?
So,
okay.
Yeah.
So much damage from that Malz in that fight.
Yeah, he... I forget. I think the owner of the Promise, which, you know, not a deal, but you take him out of the fight, you get that free stack. He's up to 7. I mean, all the ones on the minions already, it's bonus like 840 HP, so...
Yeah, I mean, crucially for Air in that fight, Cho'Gath was able to walk down in time to contest that dragon. Air Drake, I mean, Krugs rather, delayed starting that. And it gave Air Drake a window to get in there and contest, and they played that beautifully, picking up a quadra kill into the Malzahar, sitting on 5-1 and 2 now. With Demonic Embrace and Leandry's completed, is going to be absolutely slapping with this damage.
Yeah, fighting in that choke point was super rough. You have the Cho'Gath knocks up, hitting a couple people. You have the Victor and the Malzahar's AoE damage. Hecarim does AoE damage. So fighting at choke points against this air comp is oof.
Yeah.
And the gold's basically dead even at this point. That Camille is getting decently ahead. He's up
about 1,000
40
gold.
CS.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that's kind of a thorn in your side if you are Air Drake, is matching that Camille in the side lane, because she's only going to get scarier and scarier in that side lane. There's going to be a point where Cho'Gath actually cannot match her.
Actually, now Rise at Dusk is actually a little bit up on gold on top of Cobra Panda, who is doing so well in lane. Just like 100 gold, but that quadra kill so big, letting him finish his second item already. He's already got that core Demonic Embrace and Leandri's Anguish, and he has Sword Shoes. So that's gonna be so much damage put out towards the tanks. He's gonna absolutely shred this Ramus, this Galio, this Leona.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Especially if they fight in there, and you can just get the E across all of them, or the Q across all of them, which is I should know because I literally played this champion. The Void Shift. That's not it. The Call to the Void. Whatever. I was looking
Call
at
to the Void. Hey,
the Call to the Void, which is that
enough.
silence like wall thing he puts up. You know.
If you say Void, you're going to be pretty close on any of Malzahar's abilities. So
Yeah, I mean,
I
let's look
respect
at his
the.
abilities. Nether Grasp, Malefic Visions, Void Swarm.
All right, write these down. We're going to need them for the next team fight. Cho'Gath takes a recall.
Void Shift. Yeah, 3 of his things, including his passive, have Void in it.
Oh man, and we just see here Colonel Paco going for a little bit of an AD damage heavier build with that. I believe he got the Divine Sunderer there for his mythic item, and is now opting for probably a Dead Man's.
To finish the mythic item. So.
Yeah, it's been super ahead, snowballed in the CS. Hippie might be caught out here, but Shen's here to help him out. Probably going to turn Mount Desire around. Ram is coming in, but not going to opt to go for that fight. They didn't know where the rest of the team was, and Paco was waiting in the wings. Could have made it in with a 2-level lead on this Hecarim. Is just absolutely huge.
No,
might be a little greedy here. Has the ultimate to get out if he needs to.
Good ult, good ult.
Good ult, but Hippie might have to pay the price here. Gets stunned up. The teleport coming through.
Wait, you literally just teleported?
Not sure
teleported
why.
From mid lane to this bush?
Not sure why that teleport was used by Cho'Gath, but they got 2 more of them, Greg. They got 2 more teleports to expend, so they're not hurting super hard.
Big.
Yeah, he's
just
a
like
large man.
physically big.
Yeah, and he built the Everfrost, I believe, as well. Or Frostfire Gauntlet, which gives you extra size for your other legendary items. So he's just only going to be getting bigger and bigger. It's so fun. You get to you can get larger than a tower with that item if you get enough legendary items and feast stacks. It's actually really funny.
I mean, he's already got almost 3,000 HP. Just gonna keep getting bigger. We're at a bit of a standstill here. We got, a little over a minute towards the next dragon. So,
yeah, a bit of a
we'll
lost
probably
state.
fight over that.
Yeah, I don't expect to see anybody fighting before that dragon comes up. Malzahar probably just going to try to push out this bot lane, push this Camille in.
Kind of hard to push that Camille in. She does have the Ravenous Hunter. We definitely... You're going to want some Grievous Wounds for that Camille. I mean, she can heal a lot off that.
Yeah.
Other than that... Actually, overall, their team doesn't have that much healing. Both teams... I mean, Hecarim heals and Cho'Gath heals, like, when he takes down things, but that's more for in-lane than for killing champions.
Yeah, they're probably not going to be super prioritizing Grievous Wounds yet. For the side of Krugs, might need it towards the later parts of the game where Hecarim will be healing a lot more with more points in his W. But Erdrick's set up on this dragon. They have the Cho'Gath ultimate ready to go. And Ramus running in, but he's kind of in a bad spot. There's nobody else really around him. It gets knocked up by the Cho'Gath and taking a lot of damage, honestly, from the Victor. Taunt goes down, and now Camille right on top of Haim. Hippie. Victor just taken out immediately by the Kaisa Camille combo. Hecarim's in there, but has ultimate available, already used it, and now just has to kind of try to chase down Covert Panda, but gonna get taken out by the Camille in the backline. Cho'Gath is huge, but his mostly health that he has right now, not a lot of resistances to speak for, and gonna end up falling to Covert Panda as well, who's just popping off in this game. Mind's Desire now. Leon ultimate coming down, straight on top of Rise of Dusk, who ends up flashing out to get away, but Worthy Dust will not be able to do that. And now Mind's Desire going under the tower, gets Nether Grasp, straight to the tower. Tower aggro is going to take him down. Ignite, though. I don't think the Triumph Field is going to save him. Dies to the Leona's Ignite, gets taken down. That is an ace for Krugs for 2 kills, and now they can turn their sights to this dragon and put themselves on soul point for Mountain.
Mind's Desire carried that fight. The damage he brought to the table and just taking out the important people. Victor's teleporting in. He's not going to be there in time to take this.
No, he takes it out. Now Victor's here, just has to turn around and run, but it looks like he might opt for a little bit more. Walking forward, knows the health bars are low, ends up just walking back to mid lane. There's a pretty juicy wave building there. Turns back around, and honestly, for Krugs, that was the exact fight that you needed in that situation. Mind's Desire popping off, and Covert Panda diving straight into the back line, almost one-shot that Victor. Hippie didn't even have the time to get any abilities off in that fight.
Cho'Gath did pick up another feast stack, but yeah, I think definitely at this point I agree with who's that? Sasha? No, who says it? I don't know. Who said it? Rippin' Bonks. Rippin' Bonks. Okay. Yeah, definitely needs to save that that feast for the Camille. Take her out of the fight because he absolutely just murders your carries.
Yeah,
Like,
he's a scary
Hippie
man.
stood no chance.
None whatsoever. And I mean, honestly, it looked like they had a pick onto the Rammus, but Pickle Popper, if you're playing in this composition, is Rammus the target you want to be picking off? I'm not so sure.
Yeah. I mean, even when you're fighting over objectives, I mean, the Rammus getting out of the fight, you know, helpful, but you know, you're not going to have ADCs auto-attacking him and just killing himself on him. So you want to take out the things that are killing those APCs you have.
APCs.
And or, you know, yeah.
And this Camille is just to the point. Level 15, you know, pushing level 16 shortly, you have to think about halfway there for my desire on this Camille is Pony coming down, interrupts. The hook shot from Camille, taunt gonna come through, but so much survivability from my desire here. And ends up getting the kill. Grandma Nut Camille actually making it out on the back line. Rise of Dust there. Malefic Vision's willing to take him down. Meanwhile, fighting the top lane, we see Rammus going on the Cho'Gath. Taunt gonna go through, and another auto attack from Covert Panda will do it. Meanwhile, on the back end of the fight, you see Galio falling to Hikarim. There's fights all over the map here, and honestly, 2 for 2 across the board still favors Krugs. They're in a favorable position to continue pushing this top lane and look for a tower.
Yeah. They used so much to try to kill that Camille, and my desire was still able to pick up a kill. I mean, what they buried Victor, yeah, they Hecarim, Victor, and Shenel, and he still lived.
Yeah,
and it took
so
Hippie on the
much healing.
backside using his ult to take him down. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna be able to take out this mid tower, open up the map for them. I mean, 27 minutes and that mid tower is still standing, which is pretty impressive. But good for Krugs getting that one down.
Yeah, good for them. And we do see some anti-healing picked up now by Paco and by Rise of Dusk on the Malzahar. Completing that Morellonomicon will just be absolutely slapping with this Malzahar, but has to be in a position to do that. Don't want to see him get dove on by the Galio, by the Kaisa Camille combo that can come out. And if you need that Malzahar to stay alive. So I think really honestly Airdrake knows that the priority for their fights is keeping Rise of Dusk safe, keeping them alive, and kind of expending as much resources as they need to do to be able to do that, because he is their carry at this point. He's the damage they need to be able to kill Rammus, kill Galio, honestly even to kill Camille. So it's very important that they play around this Malzahar as their carry for Airdrake.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about picking up the full Morellos right away. I mean, they made the changes so mages can just buy the simple Oblivion Orb. It's 800, just like all the other Grievous Wound items. Then you can kind of sit on that, build something else. It does give them the extra 5 ability haste through the Mythic passive, which is, and Grievous Wounds, it basically gives you some AP, a little more AP and some health, and increases Grievous Wounds if they're below half health, which, is helpful, but I feel like you can put that gold towards another item, maybe start building a Zonia, so if the Camille does get on you, you can survive long enough for your team to get there and you can ult the Camille.
Yeah, even just having that stopwatch, Oblivion Orb stopwatch for the next fight, probably going to end up doing a lot more for Rise of Dusk than just the completed Morellonomicon, I have to agree. We'll have to see if that ends up paying off in these fights with the Grievous Wounds he's going to be able to apply and the extra ability haste that he does have. Pause coming through. Not sure quite what it's about, but I'm assuming maybe a DC issue or something of that nature. But looking at these two compositions with this game so close, 2,000 gold difference between these two teams. 3 dragons, crucially, onto Krugs, who are sitting on that soul point. The next dragon will give them the Mountain Soul and that extra spike of resistances and a shield. Going to make it a lot harder for these team fights for Airdrake. How do you see this next fight playing out around the dragon?
I mean, I think it all depends where they fight. I mean, last fight, they managed to fight in a choke point, which in theory should be good for this air comp, but they were separated on 2 different sides for a while, and then the Camille was just able to absolutely wreck it before the entire team could make it there. So I feel like if all of air is together and they fight in that same choke point, they should be able to win the fight like they did earlier in the game, if they can keep the Camille off their carries. Because that's really the scariest thing right now, because she can absolutely if she takes the Victor out of the fight in the beginning, that's so much damage just taking out, especially because Victor has the 2 completed items. He's got that Lich Bane, which just those Q autos, like, that's like 800 damage right there, and you get a shield. And just if you can get the ult down, absolutely. But so I think it really depends on if the team is all in the same place where they fight.
Yeah, you want to see those choke points Ooh, an ultimate going straight
No,
down.
that is not what
onto
you want
Mind's
to do.
Desire. Not what you want at all. Rise of Dust getting super low. Shen's going to come through, though. It's a lot of damage coming down from the
they might
Malzahar.
pick this one up.
A lot of anti-healing, and they do take the kill. Seals you Worthy Dust with the Ignite. Picking that one up on the Camille before the Dragon spawn. Unfortunately, Camille will still be alive and with the teleport, but Colonel Paco looking for Grandma not quite able to get it before the dash comes through from Galio. And, you know, finding that pick on the Camille is good, but it's a little early because she can still teleport back to this Dragon fight when it spawns. But crucially, they can get ward positioning here for Air Drake. Opting to take some recalls instead.
I think all the ults should be up. Maybe not Worthy Dust. I don't think will be up in time. It might come up just as Dragon's starting to spawn. But so I think, you know, just a little extra gold in their pocket lets them back. Picks up a little more magic pen. Not bad on the Malzahar.
No.
I like the turbo chem tank. Oh, if they can pick that up. They do not have numbers.
Oh, and they missed the fear onto Rain Freeze. You should just be able to flash the wall. So Hecarim ultimate down now. Malzahar ultimate gonna be available for this fight, but VB Sob's maybe in kind of a bad spot on the back of the pit here, but he is chunking out Covert Panda. VB Sob's kind of trying to walk out right now. Gets knocked up by the Galio, flashes the wall. That's Galio ultimate down for the Cho'Gath flash, and now half HP for Cho'Gath is a little scary. That's your front line.
Yeah, I mean, let's see.
Mind's Desire level
really
16. It's Camille.
Well, Worthy Dust, why are you starting that up? Okay, if you can get to aggro the enemy, especially the ADC, as long as you're not the ones taking the aggro of this dragon, okay, he really wants this.
I think they can just secure this with the Cho'Gath Feast. That's what they're looking to do. A nice zoning gravity wall, and then Krugs just looking to just hand this one over. They don't see a point in fighting there. Just going to push the mid lane instead as Camille looks to take this tower in mid lane. And honestly, I think that's worth for Krugs. You're giving over a second drag to Air Drake for pressure on the map with that tower. You can maybe even look to the Baron now. Maybe get some bush bait going on, but it looks like Colonel Paco kind of smells what's going on here. Wants to kind of go in. A nice knock up on the 2 in the back line, but no follow-up available, and teams kind of just facing off, staring at each other. Camille,
I honestly think that was pretty smart from Air, seeing the Camille going mid, knowing that even if if Krugs decides to fight for that, they will have the man advantage for a little while. Especially when they can, oh, that is a fast pony!
Very fast. Now he's in the mix on top of Mind's Desire. Ults onto Colonel Paco, getting chunked down super low. Leona ultimate doesn't actually get on anybody. Shen ultimate coming through, but not enough to save Colonel Paco and the rest of the team here now. The taunt misses onto Rain Freeze. The rest of the team just kind of has to walk away. Knockup goes on the Galio. The silence is through. Zanya's coming through for the Galio. I don't think it's going to spell a kill. Able to flash out and make it out of there. And honestly, I think Krugs can turn around and just start the Baron now, which looks like they're trying to do that.
Very interesting that Rise of Dust did not choose to ult back Camille while he was attacking Colonel Paco. Just kind of sat on that, didn't even use it in the fight. I guess he didn't want to be stuck standing still. But I feel like if he had thrown that down, Colonel Paco could have lived out. I feel like that did like 500 damage to that.
Yeah, with that auto attack, that was insane. And
yeah,
honestly,
it was probably true damage. True damage. He doesn't even have Sheen proc. Maybe it procced the Divine Sunder?
Divine Sunder is a Sheen proc, a spell proc, I believe.
Yeah, so it probably did that. So that's disgusting. That was a decent amount of Cho'Gath's health bar, and Cho'Gath has a lot of health, you know?
Yeah, and a lot of armor as well.
Disgusting. I mean, the second Q proc is true damage. 1k damage, pretty sure is what Null Knight is saying. But,
and this game just slowly snowballing in the favor of Krugs, up to almost a 5k gold lead now. Yeah. Sitting on the 9-1 Kai'Sa, who we actually haven't touched on a lot, but that is an insane amount of damage and, you know, gold onto Kai'Sa. Sitting on the Runaan's Hurricane, Kraken Slayer, Rage Blade, and even has a QSS for himself. So that's going to be a very hard to kill Kai'Sa. And honestly, if Air is not able to kill that Kai'Sa, I'm afraid that Covert Panda just kind of shreds through the entire Air front line. And it can even get onto the back line, as we've seen diving with the Galio, with the Camille. So this game's getting scarier and scarier for Air Drake. They have to make something happen soon.
Yeah. And probably the next fight, unless they decide to fight for Dragon the next 2.5, or Baron the next 2.5 minutes, we have Dragon coming up. I mean, that's still soul point for Krugs. And it is Mountain Soul, so that's, you know, in a tank meta, that's super powerful. You know, they got 3 tanks on their team.
Yeah, in a tank meta that's super powerful, and in a game where the enemy team has almost exclusively magic damages. Mind's Desire jumping straight in onto Rise of Dust. Shen ultimate coming through, but gets canceled with the Malzahar ultimate. Cobra Panda unstoppable on the Malzahar. Now the rest of the team is here. CLG Worthy does kind of just has to run away Cho'Gath here, but I don't think he's scary enough to kind of ward them off as the Leona gets right on top of I Am Hippie. Kind of in a bad spot. Camille back on top with a kill. Grandma Nut popping the Zionist to not get knocked up there. As Colonel Paco look for someone on the back end. Not able to get on top, and great play by Mont Blanc to be able to get on top of the pony and save his AD carry.
Mont Blanc saving Cobra Panda there. That Hecarim was running so fast at him.
Again, Zenith Blade into the stun, onto the Cho'Gath. Should be the inhibitor, might even be the game if they're able to get this kill here. Take the inhibitor, might be able to push it to the Nexus. We'll see if they opt to take the inhibitor in end, or if they just turn to Baron. Looks like they are turning. And honestly, this game is just getting scarier and scarier for Airdrake. The nail is almost in the coffin. It's hovering straight over. The hammer is ready, and Mont Blanc's ready to smash that one down with these amazing Zenith Blades he's been landing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point the damage profile coming out from AR is really starting to work against them.
Yeah.
Super AP heavy, and that Rammus is just stacking that. And yeah, they're just going to have to give up this Baron, which is likely going to yield more towers and maybe even the Dragon that's spawning in less than a minute for them.
Yeah, they could take the Baron, take a reset, and run straight to that Dragon, get the Mountain Soul for themselves. And at that point, a very steep hill to climb for Airdrake. Going to be very, very tough to come back in this one with the way they've built their composition for themselves. Got a lead in the early game on the Hecarim, but it's just not enough, and their damage is showing that it's just not quite there. The Malzahar's doing a decent amount, but he's behind in levels, and even though he's sitting on 4 items, he just gets jumped on immediately by the Camille, and there's not much he can do to participate.
Yeah, Mal's doing a great job of peeling that Camille off. I mean, especially as Malzahar, you know, you can kind of self-peel, but you're standing still too. It's not like you can run away once you push that R on somebody. And interesting, Camille already teleporting bot. She could have abused that top lane a little bit more. Well, their team kind of flexed their wallets at Airdrake, but gonna be there for the fight. They want this soul. That extra resistance in the shield is gonna be super powerful.
Yeah,
oh my god, the Camille's already there.
On the flank.
Oh no!
Flash out immediately from Malzahar. Hippie's in there with the Shen ult, but it's not going to be enough. Gets knocked up by the Galio, taunted, and will get taken out. Oh, not quite dying there. Ends up dying to the Leona. CLG Worthy Dust in a bad spot right now in the middle of 3. Rain Freeze picks up that kill as Mont Blanc just kind of zoning the Cho'Gath. Gets taken out by Colonel Paco in the back end of the fight, but if you are Krugs, you're fine with that. Losing your support for 2 and securing the Dragon for yourself. Galio going with a pretty big taunt. Grandma Nut, a lot of damage on us on a Rise of Dusk. Rammus in there. Malzahar ultimate going down into Rain Freeze, gets taunted, will taken out by the Rammus, gets the Mountain Shield, and able to flash out. That actually makes him live because of the Mountain Shield that was given to him after the soul was taken. And now Camille going back in, stun not going to land. Colonel Paco getting slowed, Camille knocked up by that Rupture on Cho'Gath, and you have to think that Krugs just send this one bot lane and look for a second inhibitor as Camille goes top.
Yeah, I mean, Camille no longer has teleport, but Camille can fight anyone. Level 18, that's so far ahead. Yeah, honestly, could have has ult. Probably could just kill Colonel Paco under tower here.
Definitely. Might play a little conservative though.
That Camille has almost 4,000 HP. That is disgusting.
Cobra Panda with a snipe, godlike with that Void Seeker, and now a second inhibitor for the team as Camille looks to take this last inner tower away from Airdrake, who honestly don't really have a horse in the race in this game right now. They're just so far behind. Worthy Dust stepping in, trying to do something with that taunt, but it's just not enough. The Rupture lands, but there's no follow-up. Malzahar spawns now to try to clear out some of these minions, but Mind's Desire is pushing up that top lane, and Covert Panda is legendary.
Yeah. I feel like there's really not too much Air can do right now. They're just getting dismantled, and this is likely the end. I mean, they got the tanks, they have the AP damage, but they don't have the DPS they need to take down these, and Camille can just take out the
nice stun, ultimate in by Mont Blanc. Covert Panda doing a lot of damage on the back end here. We'll see if he ends up going in.
Oh my god, what
happened
happened to that
Mind's Desire
Malzahar?
with the ultimate. Malzahar instantly deleted. Cho'Gath getting taken out as well. Victor, the last man standing for his team, gonna get killed on his fountain here as Krugs look to make a statement here in the losers bracket. Triple kill into Covert Panda, taking the Nexus and taking Air out of playoffs.
Yeah. Mind's Desire looking so, actually they all looked great, but Mind's Desire and Covert Panda popping off.
Yeah.
16 and 1 on the Kaisa.
Actually, nuts.
I feel like we barely touched on that. It was just subtly doing everything. When you see the Mind's Desire hopping in, doing like flashy stuff, and then meanwhile, Covert Panda's just taking everybody out on like the front line of the fight. Absolutely well played. There's another game starting now. I don't know. Do we have time? I don't know if we have times for
Is the game at 5?
I think it's supposed to be at 5, right?
Okay, let me just check real quick. We'll see if we have time for any interviews here. Maybe not.
Where it is.
Yes, so the game should be starting at 5. Unfortunately, no time for interviews, boys. I know we really wanted to hear from the Krugs boys.
The Krugs. After that bounce back.
Yeah.
They didn't. Yeah, coming back strong after losing the earlier series. That's rough. Like that is so much props to them for that. Mental fortitude is a big thing when it comes to playoffs. I mean, I've seen many teams, they look great in the series, and either they don't have the mentality to keep going in playoffs. You take a week off, and that really can wreck the team, or you lose a game, then you have to come back. Especially this when we have the losers bracket, and you're playing right afterwards.
Yeah, and you just played 3 as well, because I mean, there would have been a break for one of the teams, but going to the 3 games in that best of 3, they're just playing 4 games, back to back to back is tough. And props to Krugs for keeping their heads in the game and some fortitude there. And Air Drake showing strong stuff early game, but Mind's Desire and Krugs just kind of inevitable in that game with the composition they drafted for themselves. And you got to respect that, looking extremely strong and definitely a contender in this losers bracket to go all the way. So that's what you love to see. Props to the Krugs boys. Props to Air for a great season. Coming back, getting into playoffs, getting this far. You love to see it. So GG's to them. And I believe we're sending it now to Scuttle and Grump in the winners bracket, best of 3. So
this game is going to be lit.
This is a great matchup. Everybody's really excited for this one. So again, GG's to Krugs, Air, and Bramble for the day. And we're going to send it off to the next cast for Grump Scuttle. Don't go anywhere.